Right, good evening everyone, and welcome to the beginning of the end the end game Virtue's Last Reward grind. Yeah. Alright. Oh, Drauken said something. Hey Drauken. Fuck, I gotta do shopping, find up again to puzzle rooms in the meantime. I gotta do the 16th one now, right? Yeah, I have one puzzle room left to do, and then that's it. Everything else is just, as far as I'm aware anyway, unless this game has a 17th puzzle room or some extra stuff. We are starting to get close to the end now. So, yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. So, to give you an idea of where we're at, last time around, we unlocked 2 more endings in the space of a few hours. So, we unlocked the K ending, where we found out that K has the same face as us, and also gave us a code to the computer. And we got the Clover ending, where she just left, because fuck it. So, give you an idea in terms of the gameplay flow. We've been all the way down here. We've been all the way down here after we unlocked this one. And we are now on this path here, where we now have the solution apparently for enough antiviral medication, because we don't have anywhere else to go at this point. The only other path we could take at the moment would be to somehow know what the hell the passcode to the thing is. Now, we do have part of that, but we do not have all of it. So, we're hoping to get some answers on this route, and it looks like this route's potentially going to be quite lengthy. Who knows? Maybe we'll get to see the 16th puzzle at this point. We'll see. Now, I'm not exactly sure how this is going to be solved, actually. The only thing I can assume is that that device in the lab is suddenly now known as a cloning machine, or a replication machine, or something like that. I don't actually recall someone ever checking that out, but I guess we have a solution. So that's where we're at. We're at this timeline here, where both Alice and Quark have both got Particle 6, and we have Raxovir, but we only have 1 dose, and we are struggling to have 2. So let's see what happens, maybe.
さっきと同じように、アリスさんの体にスキャンをかけてみました。アダム、生体の自動診断解析装置を使って。
それで結果は？
クオーク君と同じです。アリスさんもラジカル6に感染していることが分かりました。
On our way back, Fire had gone off to retrieve the rest of the participants. 7 sets of eyes widened as Luna spoke.
そんな、どうして？
While she's asleep and you're alone with her, just lift that thing up and motorboat away.
アリスは一体どうなっちゃうの？
And I thought Dio was the slime ball of this group. Turns out there was a 10th member and his name was Drauken the Sleazeball.
さっきも言いましたが、治療する方法はたった一つしかありません。ラジカル6に効き目のある抗ウイルス薬、それを投与することです。正確に言うとイミューンボディなのですが。
イミューンボディ？
You thought Dio was the slime ball of the group, but it was I, Dio.
ウイルスを駆逐する抗体のことです。それを抽出、生成したものがアクセラビルで。ええ、私もそう思って治療室に行き、ポットのことをいろいろと調べてみました。ですが、はい、一時的に症状の進行を抑えることならできますが、 体内のウイルスを殲滅することはできないみたいなんです。やはり抗ウイルス薬アクセラビルがないと。
じゃがひとまず現状を維持することならできるんじゃな。
ええ。
ならば考えるまでもない。アリスとクオークを運ぶんじゃ。治療室へ。
As he spoke, Tenmyoji moved over to Quark and lifted his small, unconscious body off the bed. Quark shifted slightly as Tenmyoji moved him, and something fell out of his pocket with a soft clink. I bent down slowly and picked it up.
薬？
And he has some Axelbeer in his pocket.
何の薬なんだ？
This is the first time we saw this.
アクセラビル！それですよ、シグマさん。それこそがまさにラジカル6の抗ウイルス薬です。
But we only
で
have
もなんでだ、どうしてクオークのやつがそんなもんを。
Probably because he went to the lab.
もしかしたらあの時に先ほど私と四葉さんとクオーク君はバイオラボというところを探索し
Yeah,
ま
that's
し
the
た。
one that's the safe that has
赤
it.
の
So
扉の
there
先に
you
あった
go.
部屋です。そこでクオーク君は何かをポケットの中に
Wonder why he pocketed it himself though.
隠す気があったのかどうかは分かりません。何しろその直後にクオーク君は倒れてしまったので、当然のことながら尋ねることもポケットをまさぐることもできませんでした。それどころではなかったのです。一刻も早くクオーク君をこの医務室に運ばなければと必死で。
そんな経緯などどうでもよいわ。とにかくこうして抗ウイルス薬は見つかったのじゃからな。
So yeah, for the next, in case any of you watched this that weren't around for last night's, Saturday night stream, I will be playing this for the next couple of
さあルナ、
days.
早くその薬をクオークに。
I'm pretty much going to be playing this game now for the next couple of streams until I conclude the project.
ちょっと待ってよ。
That being said, we're not that far off, I suspect, from getting everything. Because they haven't got a lot left to actually do, I think.
アリスはクオ
A
ーク
lot
の
of
後で構わ
dialogue,
んじゃ
one
ろ。
puzzle room, that seems to be it.
それは
But we'll
すみ
see.
ません。できないと思います。
なぜじゃ。
薬は一人分しかないからです。
Yeah, and this is a dilemma we
それ
had
に
this route
薬を投与
previously.
するには今ここにあるものだと注射銃を使う以外に方法はありません。ですがその注射銃のトリガーを引けるのは一つの薬の瓶につき1回だけなのです。
要するに2回に分けて打つのは不可能ってことか。
はい。
While we were all stood stunned, Fi moved. Stepping over to Quark, she quickly ran her hands through his clothes, then stepped back with a frown and a small shake of her head.
ダメだ。他には持っていないらしい。
いえ、残念ながら。
そんな
You reckon I'll finish it tomorrow?
なんということじゃ。
Well, that'll be nice timing.
薬は一人分だけ。
I have a planned dope whips project starting on Wednesday.
一人しか助けることはできない。
一体どちらに打てばいいのでしょう。
アリスさんか。
Which is where I think it might have been interesting if we'd been given a choice as to whether we gave it to Quark or Alice.
クオークくんか。
Well, I actually thought this is where we're going to get the original choice on the path, but no.
では、どうすればいいと？
どうやって？
I needed to calm down, think. There had to be some way to save both of them. It was there, I knew it. Apparently, yes. Globally.
正確に言うとイミューンボディなのですがウイルスを駆逐する抗体のことです。
Yes, but we don't know anyone who has the resistance to Item 6. Oh, that's what this is. It's an immunoglobulin replicator.
レプリケーターは文字通りレプリカを作る機械のことだね。
It replicates antibodies.
うん。多分頭についてる IB ってやつだね。
So that's what IG stands for.
さあ、なんだろう。
And it finally clicks.
イカのバター焼きのことか
I
な。
mean, I remember this being a copy machine, but we didn't know what it was for. So that's how we solved the problem.
交代の複製機。
And we cheapen on what? If I told you you had a nice antibody.
待ってください。確かにバイオラボには IB レプリケーターなる謎の機械が設置されていました。それはあの部屋を探索した時、私と四葉さんで確認しています。
うん。でも結局何の複製機なのかわからなかったんだよね。
そうです。けれどどうしてそのことをシグマさんはご存知なんですか？いつ？
アリスを探してた時じゃねえか。
Hey, bemused. Clearly wasn't a very thorough examination then. Deal was wrong. No, deal was wrong. I hadn't gone to the laboratory when I was looking for hours. I didn't think I'd ever been to the laboratory. So how did I know about the IG replicator?
とにかくシグマさんの話が確かならアクセラビルは複製できるはずです。そうすれば言うまでもなくアリスさんとクオーク君のどちらにも薬を投与することが可能になります。
How goes things, bemused?
では確かめに行ってみるとするか。バイオラボとやらに。
おお、そうじゃな。病気が進行する前に早く部下を。
We all nodded. Wait, we can't.
あ、はい、わかりました。
Doing well, thanks. Chilling, waiting for payday tomorrow. Nice. Things are pretty good, bemused. Things are pretty good. It's my last full week of the summer break this week, so I'm starting to wind down for preparation for going back to work next week. I mean, I don't actually start properly next week, but I have 2 days of training starting on Wednesday, the first day of September. Then I have an inset day on the Friday, and then the week after that I go back to work properly, so, you know. Oh, God. Otherwise, I'm getting used to the idea of not drinking as much alcohol. You know, preparing for the coming year. Yeah, that's one way of putting it, bemused. Although, I work in a decent classroom, so I won't call them gobshites. The gobshites exist in other classrooms, probably.
そうです。
それで IB レプリケーターとやらはどこに？
4 paydays this week.
こいつを使えば抗ウイルス薬アクセラビルのコピーが作れるんだな。
ねえ、だったら早く始めようよ。
I carefully lowered the small vial of Axelbeer into the slot on the side of the machine. An empty vial already protruded from the other side. Presumably that was where the duplicated Axelbeer would go.
前置きはいらん。いいからさっさと始めるんじゃ。
I mean, to be honest, if this actually works, then I should probably run this 7 more times to make sure everyone has a dose of this stuff.
見ろよ。
Or there's enough doses for everyone.
空だった方の小瓶の中に液体が注入されてるぜ。
Because we know this vertical 6 spreads pretty quickly.
シグマさんがセットした方の薬はそのままですね。
Watch these guys not do the smart thing.
中身が減っているというわけでもありません。
つまり成功ってこと？
I mean, to be fair, if you contract Radical 6, you know, you're not going to be in any position to use it, but having multiple copies of Axel V will be useful so that others can administer it to you.
そうじゃなければ困るわい。
Which means they're going to use up both doses, right? And then they're going to have none left. Well, whatever. I reached down and pulled both vials from the machine, intending to slip them deftly into my pocket.
どうしたんじゃ。
薬の瓶を落としたのね。
なんということを。
Oh, never mind. Sigma is a butterfingers.
割れたらどうするんじゃ。
Before Tenmyoji could reply, Fai spoke.
これは。
I was surprised to hear her voice coming from near my feet. I looked down to see her staring intently at something beneath the table.
ほら見たことか。瓶が割れてしまったんじゃな。
いや、違う。この通り、薬の瓶は無事だ。
Oh, she saved it. She held it up in one hand but didn't move her eyes.
じゃあ一体どうしたって言うんだ。
見ればわかる。
Well, she slid back from the table quickly and silently. The rest of us bent down to look. A bomb! JC, it's a bomb! A bomb! So this is where the third one is.
おい、マジかよ。
Oh yeah.
これで2つ目じゃねえか。
It's been a while, but yeah, we have bombs in this game.
ケイの言った通りになってしまっ
But
た。
they only appeared on this timeline. The third, the right-hand
や
branch.
っぱり爆弾は
Well, everyone
一
only
つだけじゃ
discovered.
なかったんだ。
そのようですね。
ケイ、四つ葉。お前らがここを探索したときに。
Fortunately, I do not have the password for this one.
いえ、ありませんでした。
うん、なかったね。
するとこいつはアリスを探していた時に仕掛けられたことになるな。
一体誰がこんなもんを。
That's pretty handy though to have 4 paydays to overuse. You're gonna be rich. Right?
いや、全員ではないぞ。わしはあの時医務室で待機しておった。そこで麻酔薬を打たれたクオークのことを見ておったんじゃ。
だから自分だけは容疑者から除外しろ。そういうことか。
ええ、クオークもな。
しかし天明寺さん、あなたがずっと医務室にいたという保証はないのではありませんか。
Rich, I'm on benefits. Oh right, yeah.
なんじゃと。
I forgot that you've been looking for a job.
もしかしたらこっそりと
Have you had any luck with that?
このバ
Yeah.
イオラボを訪れたのか。
And yeah, I definitely wouldn't use Rich.
バカな。何を言っておるんじゃ。わしがクオークを一人残してこんなところにやってくるわけがなかろう。
Tenmyoji was still staring furiously at Kay when Clover spoke up.
ねえ、なんだろう。
You're
これ
still not looking for it, huh? I would probably advise looking for some kind of a job sooner rather than later. Just so you have some money coming in. It's a bit more substantial. I don't blame you for not working, but it might be a bit harder to get one after it's over. That's what everyone told me. It's like it's harder to get a job if you've been out for too long because there's always that stigma. I turned in time to see her grab something from under the table.
メモリーカードのようだな。
So that time I took out into Hana and tax money. Let's not get by, just going by about 3 filters.
どこにあったんだ。
Yeah, I will probably be doing that a lot myself. Yeah, fair enough.
爆弾のすぐ下のところ。
I'll get used to that at some point, and that's me with a job eventually, when I got my own place.
テーブルの土台と床の隙間に挟まってたんだ。
爆弾を仕掛けた犯人、
Hey, what's
その人物のものではないでしょうか。
memory card?
私たちがここを調べた時に そんなものはありませんでしたから。意図的に残したのでないとするならそうなりますね。
中にはどんなデータが？
いいけど。
I plucked the card out of her hand and looked around the room. Nothing. I'll have to go to the infirmary and stick it into the machine, I guess. Oh yeah, vote needs to take place.
そろそろ上の階に戻らないとまずいんじゃねえのか。
ああ、そうじゃな。2人分の抗ウイルス薬も手に入ったことじゃし。
しかし、この爆弾はどうするのです？
There's nothing you can do about it. You need the bomb deactivation device and the password.
そのままにしておくしかねえだろ。アリスは触れたらヤバいって言ってたしな。
ですが。
やむをえん。爆弾をどうするのかについては、ひとまず保留としよう。それよりも今は、アリスとクオークを助ける方が先だ。
了解。
And then there'll be no Axelvia left. How much do you actually get
これでもう
per
大
month?
丈夫なはずです。
I imagine you could definitely live off benefits, but it will be like... It probably helps to have a massive deposit or store a decent amount stored away before you do that. That's how I managed to get through after I was fired from my job back in 2019. I had about 10, 11 grand saved up. I burnt through a lot of that in a year while on benefits, but it kept me from going into the red or losing too much. Now I'm calling it back.
時期に2人は回復すると思います。
And with that, they've no Axelvia left if they need it. Fucking morons. Her voice was quiet as she backed away from Alison Quark. In her hand was the injection gun. She carefully removed the empty vial and placed it gently in the cabinet with the other one. While we were in the laboratory, Luda had moved Quark to a crude cot. They both looked peaceful as they slept. The madness I'd seen on their faces before was completely gone.
本当に大丈夫なんじゃな。
はい、解析の結果、複製によって生み出された薬は間違いなくアクセラビルだと判明しました。
You also have your ex on full 8 pips, so I'm nowhere near as poor as I could be. Alright, well, you're alright then. Good. Glad to hear that, bemused.
もちろん、もう一つのオリジナルの方も本物。それらを2人に投与したので、
間もなくウイルスは駆逐されると。
そのはずです。
よかった。本当に。
I bet you were worried. Clover grinned. I gave her a reassuring pat on the back. Okay. Let's get
さあ
on.
みんな、安堵の気分に浸っている場合ではなさそうだぞ。早く AB ルームに向かわなければ。
一息ついてる暇もねえっていうのかよ。
I guess they'll have to play the memory card on the infirmary afterwards, I suppose. But yeah, the good news is for everyone is that once I've finished this project, the next thing I'm going to be doing is playing Quake, the remaster. It turns out that the nightmare difficulty on the remastered version of Quake is not the original nightmare difficulty. Which I suspected was the case because I remember seeing the Civi video and he had 100 health on Nightmare mode where he did his Pro Quake video. Turns out that the Nightmare difficulty on Quake Remastered is based on something called Copper Quake, where you have reduced health and ogres don't spam grenades as much. It's weird. So I definitely remember the ogres spamming grenades quite a bit. That being said, I still think I still like what I see with the the rest of the game, and it's nice that people will get to experience the expansions. You know, I'm looking forward to playing it. I just find that a bit odd.
ああ、天明寺だったら医務室に残ってるぜ。
If that's not the original Nightmare mode difficulty, then I might not play on Nightmare. I might just play on Hard, which will probably be challenging enough.
どうして？
部屋を出る間際、天明寺が来ないことに気づいたから振り向いて聞いてみたの。
I don't think it was a Bethesda thing. It was a Night Dive It's Kex engine, Night Dive Studios.
おい、行かないのか。
They've been quite good with the remakes as of late.
そしたらあいつ、こんなこと。
I'll also look into that. Maybe they'll add an option to use the original Nightmare mode or something.
抗ウイルス薬を打ったとはいえ、クオークとアリスのことが心配じゃ。
Just seems a bit odd that you'd... Yeah, I think you could still play the classic version though, Amused. I think you're allowed to select the original Quake file when you do it from Steam, so they haven't deleted the original game if you want to play it.
わしはここに残る。
I am gonna play the remaster. I'm happy to play the remastered version. I don't have any problems with it. As I said, Night Dive Studios and the Kex engine have done some good stuff. You know, Doom 64 version being better than EX and a lot of other stuff they've done recently.
なるほど。
They're the same team that worked on the Unity port, I think, for Doom. That went pretty well eventually.
すると、そろばんであるファイさん
You're
と
more
対
of a
戦は
purist in Quake when you want
リ
it
オさん
to.
一人だけということになりますね。
Yeah, I've only played Quake once, so I don't really have as much of a connection to it.
大丈夫だファイ。心配するな。天明寺がいようといまいと、どっちにしろ俺は協力を選ぶつもりでいたんだ。
No, you don't.
なぜかわかるか？
私の BP が1だから。どうでも言うつもりか？
その通りだよ。お前が協力を選び、俺が裏切りを選んだら、お前の BP はマイナス1になって天に召されることになる。そこまでして俺はこのゲームに勝ちたいなんて思わねえ。だからお前も分かってるな。
リオさんのペアである天明寺さん、その BP もファイさんと同じく一致だから、リオさんが協力を選ぶと宣言した以上、ファイさんも同じように協力を選ばざるを得ない。
Yeah, I don't have as much of an attachment to Quake since I only played Quake through with both original expansions about just less than a decade ago. And I haven't really gone back to visit Quake other than that one map jam pack.
そういうことです
I
ね。
have less of a connection with Quake than Doom, so so I like the idea of this remaster, and it'll be nice to play 2 new expansions I've not touched before.
なぜなら、
It's gonna be
フ
fun.
ァイさんが
you
裏切り
know.
に投票してしま
I'll
ったら、
finally have Quake on my... I'll have an
天明寺さんは
archived version of a Quake playthrough on my channel, which will be nice.
まあそういうことだ。
And I'm totally not bandwagoning off the fact that it was released.
一騎打ちって言うと
Although to be fair, several of you in the past have asked me to play Quake, so
K のペアで
it
ある
also
クオー
fulfills
クは
that requirement
まだ眠
nicely.
ったままだし、
そうなりますね。
私は6。
同じく、私も6です。
協力と裏切りに分かれたら、裏切りを選んだ方が9点に。
K、こんなことを言っても信じてもらえるかどうかわからないけど。
分かっています。お互いに協力を選ぼうというのでしょう。
うん。
もちろん賛成ですよ。裏切りと裏切りではプラスマイナス0点ですからね。何の実りもありません。であるならば2人で協力を選んで2点を獲得した方がはるかに賢明です。
よかった。じゃあ絶対だからね。
ええ。
Of course, I haven't really seen any of Quake Remastered other than the first, other than trying it out for about 15 minutes and saying, yeah, it seems okay.
約束だよ。
It might not be good, but I'll find out.
投票。
おい、まずいぞ。早く部屋に入らないと。
わかりました。行きましょう。
DOK, Fire, and Quo all took off immediately, heading into different AB rooms. Counting from the left, Dio went into room 3, K went into room 4, and Fire and Quo went into rooms 5 and 6 respectively. That left Luna and myself.
Hi!
Oh yeah, we're with Luna, I guess. With that settled, we head into AB room number 1. I think it's definitely better than how one of the new episodes is legit, the other is like Doom 1. What's a confusing progression and needless grind? Well, one of the new episodes is apparently an old official expansion, which I didn't know about. I was only aware of Scourge of Armagon and Dissolution of Eternity. I wasn't aware there was a third one. And the new one is brand new, but is it not the one that Machine Head Studios did a while back to celebrate the anniversary? Or is it completely different from that? I know that they did something complete, whether it was an episode or a single map.
投票の締め切りまで残り30。
シグマさん、今更こんなことを言うのもなんですが、対戦相手のアリスさんは今医務室にいます。ですから。
Luna's face broke into a warm, happy smile. Not to be sappy, but it was like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. Drow can only wish that he could see that smile. I grinned back at her before I knew what I was doing. For a minute, the nunnery game didn't seem so scary.
投票の9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。
Oh no, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna pick Ally. Very Doom
アンビ
1.
デックスゲーム
What's a
第
confusing
2ラウ
progression?
ンド終了。
What's a confusing progression in needless grind? Doesn't. Well, that only sound. No, Doom 1 is like that. Winners a smile must be protected. Will be protected.
結果はお疲れアンビデック
Well, I guess Betray will just give us a bad ending, so whatever. I don't even know. I actually don't know what our BP is though, and our characters at this point. Again, this is a timeline that happened a long
アン
time
ビデッ
back.
クスゲーム
So
第2ラウンドの
This is a
結
game.
果を発表します。一同
this is a game that has a lot to keep track of. Oh, we need. I had 1 point. Betray, 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 betray. Ally. What? What the fuck? How the hell did Alice betray? Unless she woke up and immediately fucking legged it. Okay, this is a bit surprising. Alice. Well, I guess they chose. They said both ally, but they both betrayed. No surprise there. Obviously, no surprise that Dio would choose to betray, and Fine knew that. But how the fuck did Alice betray? Now I'm gonna die.
結果は以上のように確定しました。
This game, man. Just when you think you're gonna have a normal round, there's always something that happens.
各自バングルの数字をご確認ください。
Well, I guess then this is the bad ending. Did I miss something? Oh yeah, I mixed them up. Huh. I mixed them up. I thought they were the other way around. I guess we die now. Somehow, Alice betrayed us. E2M2 is not confusing. What? It wasn't possible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. Hey, Anonymous, how you doing? I mean, parts of E3 are a bit confusing. but I wouldn't have said. Yeah, good point. It was a question I would never know the answer to. There was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. I couldn't feel anything flowing in my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anesthetic Soporo. I guess Alice woke up in time, legged it to the booth, and voted betray immediately. It's the only thing I can think of, unless, well, something. I blinked and my vision started to blur. When I tried to think, it felt like my mind had been stuffed with cotton. My legs began to wobble when I gave out entirely to crumple to the floor.
Sigma! Sigma! しっかりしろ!
It's a goddamn fucking box maze. Knowing you can identify is where to go. Right, I'm not having this. I'm not having this. Fucking box maze. You've no idea where to go. I'm not gonna stand for that. No. No, we're sorting this out right now. Nope, I'm sorry. We are. I know we are literally mid important game. I don't care. This must be resolved now. We are switching to Doom for a few seconds. There's no way I'm gonna stand for that. Shit. Right. So here is good old containment area, Drauken's favorite map. And one of my favorite maps in Doom 2. 1. I mean episode 2. I mean, the box maze is confusing, but here's the thing. Oh, I'm going to walk around the corner. Oh, what's over here? Oh, Berserk. Oh, that looks cool. Oh, look! There's a strange metal thing. There's a fucking giant gaping open door with metal textures. I wonder if I should go towards this spot over here, which you can find through one of multiple entrances at some point. There's an entrance. Okay, there's 2 entrances. Oh man, I don't know where to go here. Oh, blue door, blue door. Guess I'll press this switch and go up here. Yes, you can get lost in the box maze, but the box maze ultimately leads you to this point. Then, like, okay, you've got over here, you can explore. You've got over here, you can go get the mega armor stuff. You know, but eventually you're gonna end up over here. You know, go over here. Oh, look, there's the exit. How do I open the exit? Red door. Guess I'll go for these crushers. So I'm waiting for pistol start. And then over here, you've got, oh, blue key. Then you go down here. Blue door leads to blue door, leads to red key. Red key, go back the way you came. Up here. Take whatever path you want. Red door. Press the switch there. Go across bridge, end level. What's confusing about that exactly? Again, John, you have played Doom how many times and know where to go? Alright, you know where to go. Well, you know, I'm saying it's very obvious to point out where you're supposed to go. Okay, so you get lost in the box maze. Okay, so assume you get lost in the box maze, right? So you bumble around. Oh, what's down here? Oh, there's stuff, and there's things to do, and... Oh, dead end here. Door, dead end, can't go this way. Guess I'll try going around here. Assume you don't know about that secret, you'll end up going back this way. Okay. Oh, what's over here? Oh, dead end. Nope, can't go there. What's over here? Oh, look, a door. Okay, that's a dead end. Dead end, dead end, dead end. Doesn't lead anywhere. Okay. back here we go. Oh, there's an entrance to the marble area. And, oh look, the marble area. Okay, but assume you don't go that way either, and you go all the way back around, or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, well, I'll go over here then. Oh, what's off to the left? So you go over here, it's like, oh, okay, what's around here? Oh, dead end, okay, dead end. What's here? Yellow door, which is a secret thing, dead end. Guess I'll go back around here. And, oh, look, there's the marble passageway again. You end up back at the marble passageway because it sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the box maze. How do you not know where to go eventually? You know, you can get lost in the box maze and find a bunch of cool stuff, but eventually you have to go this way. There's two ways to access this point, and then you just explore over here, do more stuff. Doom 1 sucks, bounds everywhere, shotgun gameplay, 64 unit wide mazes, it's trash. I mean, over here you can end up exploring this area and get lost for a bit, sure. You can end up in the secret, get that back. Have to figure out, you'll probably do some humping of walls to get out. You'll try everything and then you'll end up back here. Yeah, okay, so you know that's what's that way, nothing else there. Over here. Dead end. Down this way. Dead end. There's a switch there. Over this way. Dead end. Over this way. A few weird metallical things. Hey, look, yellow key if you want to go for that secret stuff. Little vent down there that leads back to the... And if you follow this, you end up back here, so you go back up. So eventually you're forced to go this way and you see the red door and the exit. And then you just go through all there and do all the other stuff. I mean, I can see how you would see it's confusing in the first time you play it, but eventually you do end up on the correct path. So what's the problem? I don't get it. I can understand the box maze is confusing, but it's supposed to be a box maze, and the box maze ultimately leads to two paths. So, yeah. Ultimately, not that confusing. Yeah, of course they would of course they would bemuse, but this was 1993. No one else had invented games like that, and they were still living in the games were just starting to come out of the arcadey style thing of points. You know, Wolfenstein 3D was like a half and half transition where it had like the cool FPS gameplay that we would come to know, but it still had a points system and lives, and then Doom got rid of that altogether and created the FPS genre by itself. And I'm comparing it to the new Quake episode, New. Nah, Doom 1 is good. Doom 1 is fine, bemused. The first episode of Doom 1 is brilliant because it's all Romero maps and there's a level of consistency. I agree that after Doom, the first episode of Doom 1, that Doom episodes 2 and 3, you have a way too many, you got a few too many mid-tiers to kill, but yeah. People wall hump. Nah, I think people would deliberately do this in, like, old school FPS games. Yeah, I think people would agree that episodes 2 and 3 of Doom weren't as good as the first one because Romero did all the maps for the episode, most of the maps, and they were fantastic to play through. Episode 1 of Doom is very different from episodes 2 and 3, in terms of the gameplay. 2 and 3 is more about the atmosphere, meteor enemies to kill, and so forth. And it's fine to play through them. The maps aren't bad or anything. It's just very different from E1. And I'm going shopping now. Okay, well, I guess Drauken's already gone. But I like Doom 1. I've played through Doom 1 several times by myself over the years. I can't go through Doom 2 because I know that at the end of Doom 2 may have the super shotgun, but I know I've got to play the Icon of Sin at the fucking end. You know, Doom 2 and Doom 2's maps are all over the place. And also it's like 30 maps, which is a lot to do in a single session. Whereas you can beat an episode in like an hour and a half if you know what to do. Having 6 of those knights dumped in your face gets old real quick. Just saying that one episode is... Oh, you're talking about Quake. Oh, okay. I can't really comment on Quake, obviously. You're talking about new Quake stuff, fair enough. I haven't played them. But... yeah, anyway. The bottom line is E2M2 of Doom 1 is not that confusing and Drauken is an idiot. He hates the music. And he's just, you know, it's not... If Drauken had played some of the legit box mazes I have played in custom stuff, he would think Containment earlier was a breeze by comparison. Anyway. Sigma! Let's get back to the visual novel that the only person who really cares about this is left, so... Who wants to replace Drauken for the next hour?
Sigma-san!
Do you want to be the next Drauken, Anonymous? You want to take over? I knew we couldn't trust Alice. My eyelids felt like they were made of lead, but I forced them open. Everything was growing blurry, but I noticed that the door of the second AB room was open. No one had gone into that room. I'd watched them all. And yet, there she stood, an apparition that couldn't possibly be real. Alice, what? Hey, but a toast. How you doing? The world was gradually going black and my mouth refused to form words, but my head echoed with questions. How? Why? What was she doing there? Had she run it at the last moment after Luna and I entered our room? Isn't this the same game where you had those of these characters wind up in some murder mystery kind of thing a few months ago? Wind up in some murder mystery kind of thing? Are you talking about Danganronpa bemused? But even if she had, why choose betray? Then the darkness closed over my mind as well, and my questions were gone forever. Glad to hear it, Butter Toast. If you're referring to Danganronpa bemused, then it's not the same game, but it's the same people who made that game. Spike Chunsoft made the Zero Escape series and Danganronpa, which is why the writing is pretty good. I don't think Bemused is talking about... Well, he is talking about Doom 1, but he's also talking about new Quake stuff. And an old Quake thing. So we died. We got the Alice... Oh, we got the Alice bad ending. Well, I guess it's fitting then that this is the Alice thing, that she killed us. So if we take the other route and we betray, and Alice betrays, we might get an explanation for what happened. Can you make the face cam take 89% of the stream, by the way? I just can't enjoy Twitch streams anymore unless I see every pore surface. Really, Burtos? Do you want to see more of the face cam? Quake episode. Yeah, he's talking about the... All I'm saying is the Quake episode is bad. One is really good, though. It's a win of playing it. Okay, so you want me to have more of the camera. Okay, how's that? That's about 89%, right? Are we happy with that? Perfect. I could play the rest of the game like this. So, guys, while you're here, feel free to subscribe to the channel. You know, it's only £4, guys. Come on. Twitch made it cheaper a few weeks ago. It's only £4. I also have a Twitter where I just post stream updates and YouTube videos and not much else because Twitter is shit. I have a YouTube channel with an archive, and we need to talk already. What? This is the way forward. This is how I'm gonna get all my money. What are you gonna do now? They are banning the P word from OnlyFans. Nothing. I don't have an OnlyFans account. Alright, let's put the webcam back to its original position. We're not really going to hog up that much of the thing. It's kind of... I think that's too big, isn't it? Yeah, that's about right. It's close enough. Only Kings. Only $5 monthly. Nah, it's not $5 for a sub anymore, Butter Toast. It's like $4. They lowered the price of subs recently. Maybe it hasn't happened in the US yet, but it's gonna. They've lowered the price of tier 1 subs to $4 or £4 for or whatever. Good thing you have all that juicy pre-ban content. Yeah. Yeah, the one with the Kex engine. I'm going to be playing Quake Remastered once I finish this project, Butter Toast. It's why I'm going to be focusing on getting this game finished as soon as possible, because straight after I'm playing Quake. So Alice is alive, and I guess she ran immediately in and voted Betray.
投票の締め切りまで残り30秒
I can only assume. I mean, I could sort of understand it in that she probably thought we were going to vote Betray, and so she didn't want to lose points. And in a panicked rush state. So we skip all this because we're going to vote. We're supposed to vote Ally, but we now know that Alice basically isn't dead. So, whatever. Oh, neat. I still feel like people so somehow dislike Quake even as we reached over 1,500 players. I can't wait till we see articles. What do you mean, wait? They've already probably started, Butter Toast. I guess a lot of people are just going to have to discover something called P-Hub, which is also a thing.
Sigma さん、どうしてですか？裏切りを選ぶなんてフェアじゃない。そう言ってたのに、なんで？
Luna, you're about to find out why that was a good decision. There was nothing I could think of to say. Even I didn't really understand why I picked Betray instead. It had almost felt unconscious, like some other part of my mind was making the decision. Perhaps I'd been possessed by some sort of evil spirit that had moved my finger to the Betray button against my will. I'm not an evil spirit.
いなくたってわかります。どうなっているかなんて。
The look in her eyes was more painful than any punch I'd ever taken. I turned away and almost ran towards the projector, anything to get away from those eyes. It's so it can make a safe... Do you reckon that's what it's about, the Muse? They want to... That's weird, because how good is OnlyFans live streaming offerings? I don't think they're going to really get much from Twitch. I mean, Twitch has problems, but it works fine for many people, myself included. So, betray, right? Yeah, see? Ha! You're gonna feel real stupid now, Luna, now that you know that Alice isn't dead. And that Alice was going to betray her. Me and kill me off.
以上のように確定しました。各自
It wasn't possible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. It's documented somewhere. I read it the other day. I also do deportation. The company has not marking the pressure from banks when that juicy tax revenue from streamers. Oh well, guess that's what we're gonna do. They want to make a... I mean... It should be interesting times for the OnlyFans crowd then, I guess. How can I... That's not possible. But she's there. How is it? She was standing inside the second room from the left. The room that should have been empty. Just a cardboard cutout from this. Why? My mind was still reeling. Where had she come from? As I was trying to form a sentence, she began to move towards us. From around me, I heard a chorus of muted gasps. It seemed we were united in our surprise and confusion. Alice drew to a stop in front of me and glanced up at the display.
やってくれるわね。私が医務室にいたままだったらどうするつもりだったの？この卑怯者。
You can fuck right off, Alice. You killed me in the other timeline.
抗ウイルス薬打ってくれたんでしょ。天明寺さんから聞いたわ。ありがとう。その件についてだけは素直にお礼を言っとくわ。
でも麻酔薬の効果はまだ。
ええ、切れてないみたいね。おかげで頭はガンガンするし、クラクラとめまいもするし、最悪よ。私麻酔薬に対する耐性が人一倍強いの。そういう風に鍛えられてるから。多分ゼロボスはそのこと知ってたのね。ここに拉致されてきた時には普通の人の何倍もの薬が投与されたんだと思うわ。とにかくそんなわけで私は医務室で目覚めたの。
You don't know who Alice is, but you're liking the outfit.
で天明寺さんから事情を聞いて
I bet you are.
慌ててここに駆けつけたってわけ。そうギリギリのタイミングで滑り込んだのよ。
Yeah, that makes sense. She basically ran in and decided, well, they're gonna vote betray, so
確か
I'm gonna protect
締め切り
myself.
時刻の10秒前のことだったわ。
She didn't have time to think of maybe
わざわざ
trying to
裏切りを
squeeze
選
him
ぶ
with
た
it
め
or
に
whatever.
ここへ。
そうよ。いけない？実際に来て正解だったじゃない。あなたたちの投票先は裏切り。
Yeah, but if we hadn't, I'd be dead.
もしも私が医務室にとどまったままだったら2点を失ってたことになるんだから。
つまり知恵のためだったと。
ええ。だとしたら何だっていうの？
Squeamish investors fear being cut off by banks, coinciding with the new stricter laws. Gee, it's almost like if you want to get something to change in these social media things, you target the banks and the investors, and then suddenly everything changes once the advertisements are present. That's how it always works. If you want something to change, go after the money. Probably will be bemused, but I don't really care for that stuff anyway, so I'm not bothered.
バカなこと言わないでよ。
No.
あなたたちが裏切りを選ぶのは分かってたわ。だから嘘じゃないわよ。大体なんで私ばっかりが責められなきゃいけないわけ？あの結果をよく見なさいよ。殺人未遂を犯した人間なら他に2人もいるじゃない。
At this point, I wish Sigmund would say, well, actually, I remember a timeline where I voted ally and you killed me.
そうよ。ディオが協力を選んでいたらファイは天明寺さんを、ファイが協力を選んでいたら
Now she's,
ディオは
of
ファ
course,
イを
she's
殺
not
すことに
aware
な
of
って
that,
た
so she's arguing in self-defense, which is probably what I would have not done.
こんな言い方をするのもなんですが、相手を出し抜いて脱出しようとした人も2人いますね。四つ葉さんと K さんです。どちらか一方が協力を選んでいたら、もう一方の BP は必ず
But yeah,
9
you're
になっていたは
definitely
ずで。
right, Bemused. That kind of stuff will be harder to access, so it will be put behind a paywall of some kind. As I said, the internet's just going to get worse this decade, slowly but surely. Embrace what you have right now. At the end of this decade, it's not going to be anything like this. Have backups prepared of all the videos on YouTube you like. You couldn't do without. This is why I have an archive. My content is going to stay on a... there's actually a... actually, Bemused, there's a simple way around that. A very simple way to get around that. Yeah. I found I had the same problem, Bemused, but there's a very, very simple method. You install that extension to Google Chrome. There is a script that unlocks age-restricted YouTube videos. It is a simple script, and it works. Bam. It's gone. Yeah, I had the same issue. I was like, what the hell is going on with this? And I was trying to figure a way around it. There was a website that claimed to offer a way around, but it didn't work. And then there's a script, and it works. It's a simple little thing, but it unlocks any age-restricted video. Because weirdly enough, I mean, Twitch seem to be up on their shit when it comes to technical stuff like that. That's why they get around ad block. You know, it's an arms race. YouTube doesn't, for some reason, and we should probably be grateful for that. So you can, so, all they just don't care. So, yeah, very handy. Just install that. It's a Tamper Monkey, I believe, is used to run all kinds of scripts anyway. And then just look up, I think it's a simple age restriction. I might be able to find it for you, its actual name. Do I have it on my, it's the only one I have installed, obviously. What's it called? Well, whatever, you'll be able to find it. Anyway, just search like age restriction YouTube script and you'll find it. Yeah. And it works, and that's the thing. That's the thing that, you know, people are going to figure out ways around these stupid things, and some of us, I mean, it's crazy, like at work, I installed ad block on a computer, and no one else thought to do that, you know, and that's why it was the only computer in the whole school that probably doesn't have ads on it for that one account. And like watching YouTube without ad block is disgustingly not pleasant, and that's what I gotta do on my phone, unfortunately, because I'm on Apple. So, you know, I don't know how people put up with YouTube without ad block. It's just terrible. I tried to look at the results again before I'd only been looking at my own. I didn't realise that there was only one word of all across the roster: betray. Whatever trust we managed to build had fallen apart. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Had it been the bombs? Probably. Or had it been something else? Whatever the reason, if it kept up, we'd never manage to escape. We'd be trapped in a cycle of 0-point rounds for the rest of our lives. Something had to be done. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I might as well have been talking to a wall. The internet, difficult to find stuff once, will be difficult in the future. Yeah, for a very different reason, though.
少し考えたいことがあります。一人にさせてください。
俺も行かせてもらうぜ。こういう殺伐とした感じ苦手なんだよ。悪いな。
それでは私も。ああ、すまんな。
He spoke to her in Latin. Hector?
ほらね、これが答えよ。結局みんな自分のことだけしか考えてないの。だから私だけを悪者みたいに言わないでくれる？さあ、行くわよ、やつが。
ちょっと待ってよ、アリス。体の方は大丈夫なの？本当に心配したんだからね。
I watched them walk away, Clover practically jumping with delight to have Alice back. Before long, they reached the yellow door and disappeared beyond it.
みんな行ってしまいましたね。ええ、知っています。でも私はシグマさんのことを信じてますから。
Yeah, for some reason Luna seems to like us. As the far left timeline indicates, she actually told us the reason about the bird in the cage.
きっと手が滑っただけだったんだと思います。そうでしょ?
I think we have a bit more on Luna to discover before the end of this. But then we probably have a bit more to discover about several characters on each ending. My chest hurt, and when I blinked I felt something hot and wet prick the corners of my eyes. I I bit my lip. Before I could think of anything to say, the metallic rumble of the doors closing echoed through the warehouse. Bruno is just a yandere.
And
now the star round, which we have never really got to
星
do.
のカードキーを使え
Not
ば
that we need to.
何度でも AB ゲームができる。どうやらそういうことみたいですね。
Nah, she's just a kind-hearted nurse.
ところでシグマさん、バングルを見せてもらえないですか？ほら、ゼロウサギが言ってたじゃないですか。
AB ゲートが閉まると同時にバングルの表示色は自動的にシャッフルされるようになってるんだおさ。それからソロとペアの区別もね。
私は紫色のペアです。さあ、確かめてみないとわからないですね。みんなバラバラになってしまいましたね。何か共通の目的があるといいんですが、そうすれば心を一つにできるような気がします。じゃあ敵を見つけるというのはどうでしょう。はい、共通の敵です。例えば2つの爆弾を仕掛けた犯人とか。
Well, yeah, but we don't know who that is. After coming back from the lab, I told her about the bomb file she gave Alice and Clark the axle here.
ええ。何か手がかりはないんですか？
Oh yeah, the memory card. I pulled it out of my pocket and held it out toward her.
何ですかこれ？犯人の？そうですか。それじゃあ手がかりには。待ってください。そういえばこれどこかで見たことが。
In the infirmary.
わかりました。医務室です。リオさんとクオーク君と一緒に医務室を探索した時、あの時にこれとそっくり同じ形をしたメモリーカードが。はい。
That's the smile that must be protected.
中身を確認することができると思います。
It is a very charming
あそこ
smile.
にあったモニターにこのメモリーカードを差し込めば。
What a cute smile that is. Bruno and I exploded into the infirmary, nearly running into Alice, Clover, and Tempioji. Clark was there as well, of course, but he was just as we left him, asleep on the bed.
何しに来たの？
I opened my mouth to retort, then thought better of it. If I really wanted people to start trusting each other, well, real change starts at home. It turns out Luna's the bomb person. Why would she want people to see the memory card then? As quickly as I could, I'd explain the second bomb and the memory card and how we'd come to the infirmary in hopes that we could discover the contents of the ladder. If she was the bomb person, she wouldn't want to tell us what memory card. What a toast.
わかったわ。
She'd keep it quiet.
それじゃあ早速調べてみようよ。
シグマ、よろしく頼む。
I think we're about to get another big revelation here. Just as Bruno had said, there was a small slot under the screen the right size to fit a memory card. There is. We did this for a puzzle in this very room. Within moments, the screen was filled with what appeared to be random letters. What is this? It's a...
22アルファベットが6行か。
One.
1行目、3行目、5行目と4行目、6行目は全く同じ文字でできてるみたいだけど。
つまり一行繰り返しになっているということですね。
Yeah.
で、文字列とは思えん。おそらくそうじゃろう。
にデータは
ないみたいです。
四つ葉、これを見て何か気づいたことはない？
気づいたこと？
編集のでしょ、これに似たものを。
あ、そっか、これって
やっと分かったみたい。
おい、2人だけで納得しとらんでわしらえんか。
I was silent and stretched her neck from side to side.
これは多分とあるテロ組織の暗号表だと。
テロ組織？
クレイドールズっていう名前の組織。
Mermaid. For some reason, I felt like I'd heard that name before. You.
そのクレイドールズって。
Well, you see, they're part of a group led by this guy called the Sparrow, who lives in an underwater dome in a game called Heritage.
別に導こうとしている不穏な集団よ。
Oh, right, never mind. I guess they're not. I guess those Mermaids.
そいつらが使うのがこのというわけか。
もちろんパターンはいくつもあるけど、これはそのうちの一つだと思うの。
じゃあ油断を仕掛けたのは
そのクレイドールズのメンバーってことになりますね。
ええ、おそらく。
So does that mean base the fucking bombs as well? Well, mind you, he did, didn't he? So maybe he did. Perhaps his mission was to blow this place up.
そんなのわからないわよ。わかるわけないでしょ。解読するためないんだから、完全にお手上げよ。
四つ葉もか。
アリスがわからないのに私がわかるわけないじゃん。
I am thinking the whole mystery of this looks really fun, but I got I was wearing that necklace top. I don't know, Bird Toast.
そうか。
But this entire game has a very complex story to it. There's a lot you're not seeing from this one so far, Bird Toast. This game has all kinds of mystery intrigue to it. It has it's quite known for having a very good. Definitely does. Considering this game originally came out on the Vita.
それは悪いけど、それはあなたが爆弾を仕掛けた犯人、ヘイドールズのメンバーかもしれないからよ。そうじゃないなんてどこにもないでしょ。
I know, I am just nitpicking.
敵に情報を与えるわけにはいかないのよ。
Before I could blink up and run out of the room. Jesus, $2. Huh? $3. I took off after her.
いつまでついてくるつもり？たら四つ葉に聞けばよかったじゃない。あの子がもう気づいてるんでしょ。だったらなんでよ。
Oh, the price from the store. Yeah, it comes with it's part of a double no butter toast. It comes with the first game is 999, which I have also played on the channel.
何よそれ。
Around to hide it, but I caught a blush of red on it. We walked down the path to where it ended next to the... Well, I could definitely, but if you do decide to buy it, 999 is a pretty good game. It's a lot shorter than this one, and this is a pretty good story. I'll definitely, if you like interesting sort of mysteries, with some puzzles. I stayed silent. I was sat down on the bench. We gazed at the smooth pond for several long minutes before she began to speak.
なんでないの？あなたを殺そうとしたの？ええ。怖かったのよ、とても。
Why do we have sudden music box?
突然こんなところに閉じ込められて、わけのわをさせられて、爆弾のことだ。あれを見つけたとき、冷静に話してたように聞こえたかもしれないけど、は怖くて仕方がなかったの。それに輪をかけるようにあのことが重なって。
I want something to keep my mind off things. Quake is nice, but I wreck. Huh, you should probably try... I don't know. Have you ever played RuneScape before?
クオークが倒れたって聞いて、医務室に駆けつけた時のことよ。あの時私、みんながまるでわからなかったの。
Well, it's overrun with bots these days. Free to play RuneScape is pretty comfy. For a while.
周りのすべての光景がなんていうか早送りで、そのうち自分が誰なのかもわからなくなって、まるで自分が自分じゃないようなそんな感覚にとらわれて。ええ、多分そうだと思う。その後覚えてないけど、とにかく医務室で目覚めた途端、たちまちあの時の恐怖が、だから私は一刻も早く脱出したいって、そう思って、あなたが死ぬかもしれないなんて考えもさ、あなたが死ぬかどうかなんてどうでもよ。ほらね、憎いでしょ。殺したくなった？私のこと殺しなさいよ。嘘よ。以外は死ぬところだったのよ。
A single tear rolled down Alice's cheek, then another, and another, shining lines across her face. When I reached out, her tense just slightly. Slowly I brushed her cheek and off, taking her tears with it.
どうしてそんな風に優しいの？亡くなった父のことを思い出す。ええ。私が泣いたこと、四つ葉に黙っててくれる？
So Alice is a waifu that likes you? So... Luna likes us, but in terms of Alice, it's not the same thing.
もしも黙ってて、口止め料として教えてあげるわ。
No, Alice is more independent, sort of strong-willed one. This moment where she's upset.
私自身のこと。それ聞かせてあげるわ。
You've heard of the roots. Alice took a deep breath and began. My father is Egyptian, but my mother is French. My mother was in Egypt on vacation and married shortly thereafter. When I was free, I moved to the US. My father was a scientist and his field was cloning, an American lab, which is why we moved. Both of my parents had used English around me from the time I was born, so I didn't have any problems adapting to life in the United States. On his birthday, we'd been there for 6 years. That was when it happened. My mother showed up at school. Her eyes were red and puffy, but she didn't say anything to me on the phone. When we arrived, there were several policemen there to... My father had always been a very punctual man, and when dinner went with no sign of him, even I began to realize something terrible had happened. It wasn't until several years later that I finally learned my father's lab had been attacked by terrorists, and he had been kidnapped. For the rest of my childhood, my mother raised me by her. I didn't realize it then, but it must have been incredible. as a single mother alone in a country where any of the relatives were a transatlantic flight. She did her best not to let me. Every so often when she thought she was alone, would fall away, and in every line of her exhaustion and loneliness. As much as I missed my, it was those moments that made me wish more than anything that he'd never been taken. Fortunately, I was an excellent student and did a in math. I earned a full-ride scholarship straight out and spent the next several years studying. After graduation, I took a job with the departments, hoping that they might have the resources to help me work for my father. Immediately assigned to the Special Office of Internal Security, or the SOIS, that investigate and sometimes deal with terrorist organizations and serious threats to the state. My mother wasn't happy about my decision, but she chose to remain about it. Eventually, I learned that the terrorist organization had none other than the Myrmidons, although at the time that name didn't mean anything to me. They were suspected of human cloning, specifically that they had been using cloning techniques to copy members and expand their ranks. The Myrmidons apparently believed that they could use cloning to create a new race of humans. Now, at last, I knew the reason for my father's abduction. The commander of the Myrmidons is a man named Le. We know his name and his gender, but not his appearance or his age. Myrmidons are closely associated with a cult known as Free the Soul. Free the Soul provides their funding, but trying to pin any kind of misdeeds on the leader, a man named Brother, is like trying to nail to a wall. Brother is fairly advanced in years and really can get out of bed. Unfortunately, his mind seems to be as sharp as ever. At that point, I knew the Myrmidons had been behind my father's kidnap was all I could learn about them. Then, one day, I got a tip that some of them were hiding in the Nevada desert. I headed out and on the way there, my car had some engine trouble and stalled out. I was to do when an SUV appeared out of nowhere. I'll give you one guess who was behind the steering wheel. Clover. That time we met. There were 4 other people in there, and when I asked them what they were doing, I got what was just about the last answer I'd expected. They told me they'd been locked up inside of the very building I'd been on my way to investigate, and only in pursuit of the people who had kidnapped them in the first place. They shifted very quickly. After a short discussion, I convinced them to allow me to come along. My people they were chasing, who I was certain were Myrmidons. In the end, however, to track them down. I still don't know where they might have gone. Eventually, I took companions to SOIS headquarters. We decided police would only complicate things. After some questioning, it was determined that the people who had this particular event were not connected to the Myrmidons. However, discovered that the mysterious disappearance and subsequent reappearance of several children prior was connected to Free the Soul. There was also a 6th person in the SUV, although they weren't riding in it per se. A middle-aged man, who I'll just call H for now, placed in the trunk. According to the other 4, he had been behind the disappearance of the children 9 years earlier. We also learned that the company, a major player on the world stage, was effectively controlled by Free the Soul. Okay, I didn't know that before. More specific, was a member of Free the Soul and very committed to their cause. Yeah, it's called Hengro. So why had he kidnapped all those children? It had been part of an experiment designed to test the ability of certain people to access what's called the magnetic field. I don't imagine you've ever heard of it before. I'll try and give you a quick rundown. Simply put, people can access a sort of field that allows their consciousness to be consciousnesses of certain other people. To be honest, it might be simpler to just call it telepathy. The SOIS had heard of this particular ability before, and had actually used it in a number of investigations, so I wasn't surprised to learn of its existence. I was shocked, however, to learn that these experiments had been carried out by a member of Free the Soul. If that was the case, then Brother must have known about it. The thought of him discovering a way to control and harness that power was terrifying. It wasn't too long after the incident in Nevada that another tip about the Myrmidons crossed my desk. This time it claimed that the Myrmidons intended to launch a large-scale biological terrorist attack. My bosses decided that we needed more agents to deal with a threat of that magnitude, and Clover was recruited. Because she'd been a test subject in Hage's experiment, we knew she had the ability to access the morphogenetic field, and we wanted to put that ability to use. After several months of training, she was sent on her first mission. She would be tasked with the infiltration and investigation of a Myrmidon cloning lab. I was assigned to be her commanding officer. I hoped that our investigation might also give me a lead on my father's whereabouts. At last, I had a chance to find out what had happened to him. I wouldn't let that chance pass me by. Perhaps that was what kept me from noticing the truth. The whole operation was a trap. The lab was fake and Clover was captured almost immediately. I got there as fast as I could, but when I arrived, the building was only an empty shell. All of the conspirators who had pretended to be researchers and the like had already fled. I searched frantically for Clover until at last, in a basement room, I found her. She had been tied to a chair, but on the floor next to her was another body. It was my father. He looked as if he'd just been dumped there, and when I got to him, his body was already cold. He was covered in dark, ugly bruises. It wasn't until later that I learned he had died from ruptured organs and internal bleeding. They had beaten him to death. Ah, well, we didn't know that before, and Clover didn't mention it for some reason. Strange. As soon as Clover had been captured, a Myrmidon in a mask had come to visit her. He'd said that unless she wanted to end up like my father, she would leave them alone and tell her masters at the SOS to do likewise. In retrospect, they must have known who I was and who my father was. That was why they'd killed him. Perhaps they'd thought that they were sending a message to me, or that once he was gone I'd lose my reason for chasing them. They were very, very wrong. I took Clover with me and left. I tried to console myself with the fact that I had at least been able to save her. Sometime later I received a call from the coroner. He told me there was something I needed to see. There in the morgue was my father, cold and pale on a steel table. I could barely stand to look at him, but the coroner insisted. On his arm were 2 rows of numbers, comprised of 8s and 9s. It took me a moment to recognize my father's handwriting. He had carved them into his own skin. On his chest was another message, but they were letters this time, not numbers. Not many, just enough to make a short sentence. I love you, Alice. I broke down crying right there in the morgue. Can't blame her for that. They were the first tears I'd shed since the operation had started, and there was no stopping them. There would be no forgiveness. Not for the monsters who'd put my father through this. They destroyed my family. I would make them pay, even if I had to die to do it. That night I made a promise to myself. I would avenge my father. It didn't take long to figure out that the numbers he'd written were latitude and longitude. They pointed to a chemical factory that had been disguised as an abandoned building. Further investigation revealed that it was the mother lode we'd been looking for, the headquarters of the Myrmidons. I think my father must have known how things would turn out. Knowing he was going to die, he'd written the directions to our enemy's fortress on his own body. He'd sacrificed too much for me to waste this opportunity with recklessness. This time our operation would succeed. This time I wouldn't let my excitement put Clover, or any of my other agents, in danger. So we took our time, we gathered information, we did our research, and we planned. Finally, we were ready. December 25th, 2028 was going to be the day we finally set foot inside the Myrmidon stronghold. But then, on the 22nd, only 3 days before the operation was scheduled to begin, a man in a gas mask appeared. And then they were knocked out and dragged into this game. Very sad story there, Alice. So you inhaled that gas, passed out, and woke up here in the AB room. This also confirms that Alice is not the same as Alice, or the Alice in the coffin in the first game. This is a different Alice. So then what the hell happened to the Alice in the coffin, I wonder?
これがクレイドールズと私に関することのすべてよ。もちろん細かい部分については端折ってるけど、大体の概要は分かったでしょ?
Well, Alice, if I had memory of my previous timelines, I can confirm to you that Dio is indeed a member of the Myrmidons and Free the Soul, and might actually even be brother, if I remember correctly. He's definitely with the Myrmidons, and he's been sent here to do something. She gave me a sad sort of smile and stood up. Being that I think he's a clone of brother or something.
さあ戻りましょう。
Not yet.
答え？ええ、そうね。突き止めるって言ってもどうやって？思い当たること？思い当たることね。あの暗号表を解読できればもしかしたら何かわかるかもしれないけど。だから言ったでしょ。そのためにはキーが必要なのよ。それがわからないことにはどうにも。キーはキーよ。
Key is a key.
解読するための鍵のこと。クレイドールズはその鍵として長い桁数の数字を使っていて。
Long string of numbers. Oh, and now we remember the Myrmidon. I mean, sorry, the Dio ending. Yeah, this is because of the Dio ending that we got, where we were shown that.
何なのよその数字
Achievement
は。
unlocked. He was convicted of a string of numbers. I was almost as surprised as she was. The numbers had just kind of appeared in my mind and I was saying them before I knew what I was doing. Alice looked at me incredulously. I stared back.
待って。
Yeah, to put it bluntly, to explain for the sake of butter toast and Maid the Muse, Sigma has the ability to retain information from different timelines in the gameplay flow. So you know how we have all these gameplay flow things and we can see different things, yada yada yada? Well, this game offers an explanation for why we can remember stuff from different timelines and why different timelines have different outcomes, stuff like that. Basically, a gameplay element is explained as being part of the story. We can do this apparently.
今の数字もう一回言ってもらえる？
It only comes at critical points, but we can remember stuff from previous timelines and use it to unlock things.
それって198449351を3乗した数じゃない。だから今シグマが言った25桁の数、それを素因数分解すると198449351の3乗になるのよ。
And yeah, that confirms we did unlock something, as you can see on the flow chart. What is the long string of numbers? So we now have unlocked that.
Soよ、中学校で習ったでしょ？
We're also given a password to a bomb in that ending as well. One of the bombs.
ええ。いいえ、暗算よ。頭の中で計算したの。言ったでしょ？数学は人よりも得意だって。そういうあなただって。たった今膨大な桁数の数字をスラスラと暗唱したじゃない。私に言わせればそっちの記憶力の方が驚異的だわ。
Yeah.
ところで今の25桁の数字どこで知ったの？
I didn't know what to say. What would I tell her? That it just came to me?
そう言えないのね。分かった。でもとにかく今の数字が例の暗号表を解読するためのキーになっていることは間違いないと思う。クレイドールズが素数をかけたものをキーとして使ってるってことは分かってるから。デタラメな25桁の数字、その3乗項が偶然素数になる確率なんて限りなくゼロに近いし、ってことは25桁の数字は何者かの手によって作為的に生成された可能性が高いってことになるわ。だから要するに 25桁の数字を素因数分解したもの、198449351の3乗が暗号を解くためのヒントになってるってこと。まだわからない？さっき医務室で見た暗号表思い出してみて。モニターには何て出力されてた？2行目は？
Yeah, Sigma also has a good memory for visual things.
それにしてもやっぱりすごい記憶力ね、あなた。私たちの組織に欲しいぐらいだわ。今の文字列にさっきの数数198449351を当てはめてみるの。左上から順番に1文字目のアルファベット、9文字目のアルファベット、8文字目のアルファベットといった感じで文字を拾い読みしていけばいいの。そうすれば多分解けると思うわ。
I ran over what she'd said in my head. The prime number Alice had given me was 198449351. So what would we get if we picked out letters like she'd explained? The first letter would be C from the top left. Then you'd move 9 to the right, which would give you O. Then 8 more to the right. Eventually we'd get a word, and that word was... Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. Fuck, I didn't expect this to happen. Oh, wow. Decode the password using this. You have 6 times to succeed, though, and the game is over. The code sheet won't be displayed when you put your answer, so it would be wise for you to solve it now. The key is 1984495. Yeah, I've memorized that. Holy shit. I better save the game then, just in case. Remember, the key is... Yeah, I've got the key number noted down, don't worry. Oh, what? I didn't realise it was going to remove the whole key thing. Fucking hell, I didn't realise it was going to remove the entire screen. I need to fucking note down the thing. I need to access my save file. Good thing I'd saved just before that. Fucking hell, I need to save the actual screen code.
わからない？わからないってどういうことよ？
Yeah, because...
何よそれ。もういいわ。私が自力で解いてみるから。
She stalked off. I went to follow her, but...
ついてこないで。脳のない男に用はないわ。
Her voice was unexpectedly furious and it stopped me cold. She fixed me with an icy glare, then turned and stalked off. I stayed frozen where I was and watched her go. Yeah, Yeah, I didn't think they were going to remove the entire code screen. No, I don't wish to overwrite the save at all, actually. I wish to fucking re-go. Yeah. Good thing I saved just before that. As if I'm overwriting that. Now I could... Now I'm going to memorize this code. Yeah, gee, thanks. Maybe if you got out of the way. Ha, nice try, game, but I print screen at the correct point. Screw you! Hey, welcome back. You're just in time for a puzzle of sorts. Right, so... Noting down what we know. 198449351. So as he says, it starts off with C-O, then 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. M. Then 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. P. Then another 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. L. Then 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. E. Then 3. 1, 2, 3. Then 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Completed. There we go. It says completed. Okay, cool. I'm going to minimize that for a minute. What?
Completed? それって確かなの？そう。
You also map under an alias for less challenges.
私は暗号表の文字列を正確に記憶しているわけじゃないから何とも言えないんだけど。
How was your shopping, Drauken?
あなたがそこまで強く言うなら多分そうなのね。分かったわよ。でもコンプリーティッドって何かしら。
Was alright, spent more than I thought I'd like to.
やつ？やつって誰よ？通信機って何？
I barely even heard her. Suddenly my mind was full of memories that hadn't been there a moment before. It was like a wave had washed away the sand, revealing a bed of precious gems underneath. And here we are back at the Dio ending again.
我が父よ、兄よ、ブラザーよ。私はついに聖なる任務を成し遂げました。人類をこの手で救ったのです。それはあなたのご加護があったからこそ、心から感謝いたします。
Burns in your face is fine when you're holding sufficient weaponry. Damn it, why hadn't I realized it before? I could remember a series of numbers, but not this? You're dealing with multi-night grinds while holding a shotgun. At least I remembered it now. Dio was a member of the Myrmidons. And not just any member, he was their leader. That meant he had to be the one who planted the bombs. No shit.
ねえ、ちょっと聞いてる？
Yeah, he was a leader, not just a member. He was a big chief.
だったら質問に答えなさいよ。やつって一体誰なの？通信機っていうのは何？
I didn't trust myself to try and explain it to her. More than likely, she'd just think I was insane. Even I could barely make sense of the sudden influx of new information.
まさかあなたがクレイドールズの一員だなんて言わないわよね。まあ確かにそれもそうね。
You mean the Death Knights? I only know it because I recently rewatched the Pro Quake video by Civi, so I remember they're called Death Knights. Out of nowhere, Clover appeared.
こんなところにいたんだ。探したんだからね。今みんな B 階の倉庫に集まってて、みんなっていうかルナとクオーク以外だけど。
どうして？
知ってる。医務室で天明寺さんから聞いたの。それで どこにあるか教えてくれるって言うから天明寺さんに連れられて
Bethesda
臨
14 will
海の
be
倉庫
cool
へ
to repeat D1, E4, M1. Is that what one of the new episodes is like? Oh man, that's gonna be rough.
クオークのことはルナに任せることに
How
し
is
た
you doing, Flim Springfield?
そうそしたらそこにファイとケイとディオもいていきなりファイと天明寺さんとディオの3人が喧嘩を始めちゃったんだよ。
なんでまた原因は何？
According to Clover, the last AD game had been the cause of their fight. Even though Tenmyoji only had one BP, Fire chose to betray. They started to fight, and since Dio had pressed betray on behalf of his team, eventually he got dragged in too.
でもそれってなんかおかしくない？ファイだって BP は1だったんだから正当防衛だと思うけど。
ああもうとにかく来てよ。今は K が必死になって仲裁に入ってるけど一人で3人隊が
Not too bad, how about me? I'm doing okay. Just like my full week of my summer break. You know, I go back to start going back into work on the 1st of September. And I'm hoping to this for the next few streams and get all the endings and finish it off. I think we are quite the ending, so I'm keen to get this done and I can play some Quake. More moderate one. I won't be burning them for just curious to see what you like. All 4 of them were still there when we arrived. They seemed down a bit, but the tension in the air was almost visible. Like I'd stepped into a room full of flammable gas. Even more spark could turn the whole place into a raging inferno. Even Kay was standing ramrod straight with his hand balled into a fist at his side. I looked at and then headed over to the angry knot of people occupying most of the room. I shouldn't reveal my areas here, but check out Experience Honor. Oh, that...
くだらないと俺のどこがくだらないと言うんじゃがかかっておるんじゃぞ。血を殺そうとした相手をどうやって信じろと言うんじゃ。
それはこっちも同じだ。何度も言う天明寺、お前はディオに投票権を委ねた。その時点で私の殺害をしているに等しい。
じゃからあの時はクオで頭がいっぱいで。
そんなものは言わん。大体お前は私が選んだことについて糾弾してくるが、だったら何か私が協力を選ぶべきだったとでも言うの？もしもそんなことをしていたら私はいないことになるんだぞ。
それはお互い様じゃろ。もしもディオが協力を選んだとゾッとするわい。
2人ともそろやめませんか。シグマさんが言って今は仲違いしている時ではないでしょう。
お前が言うかね、その四つ葉を裏切って一人で手に。
殺人未遂よりははるかにマシだと思いますが。
だからあれは天明寺を救う。
I roared with fury and my voice echoed off the walls of the warehouse. Silent. I didn't know how long that silence would last, so I decided to put it all on. There was only one way I was going to be able to take control of the situation. Guys, listen to me. We really don't have time for this. I was met with a number of glares, but I soldiered on. See, the thing is, I figured out who planted the bomb.
誰なの？その犯人って。
もしかしてさっき言ってた
やつとは一体何じゃ。
Oh, he's gonna tell
どう
everyone.
いうことなのか
It was Dio.
きちんと説明してください。
自供？ 何を言い出すかと思えばやぶから棒にこの俺が犯人だとでも言うのか。おいおい、人を疑うからにはそれなりの根拠があるんだろうな。だからその根拠は何だって聞いてんだろうが。
Fun as it was, I knew taunting alone wouldn't be enough to make Dio confess. He just played dumb, he was good at it, and I'd get nothing. That meant I was going to have to trick him.
フリーザ？そうなんだそれ。聞いたこともね
It was quick, but for just a moment I saw his eyes twitch. I wept on that moment of weakness like a hungry dog on a steak. I pressed forward, pulling out every fact I could remember. I told Dio about Brother's background and how his younger brother left had been murdered. I mentioned casually that the Myrmidons were all clones of a single person.
そんなバカな。嘘だ。違うそんなことはありえない。ブラザーは俺のことを信頼してくださっている。だからこそ俺はこの任務の遂行役として抜擢されたんだ。そもそも俺がクレイドールズのリーダーに選ばれたのだって。だから俺がクレイドールズのリーダーに選ばれたのも
I grinned.
まさかお前騙したのか。だったら今の話は何だったんだ。どうしてお前がそんなことを知ってる。ふざけるな。
なあ、一体どういうことなんだ。
クレイ
He
ドー
just
ルズ
tricked Dio into revealing his true allegiance. Dio and I stared at one another while Clover and Tenmyori quickly explained to Flying K about the memory card and the number 2 bomb and about the code we found that was from a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. Oh, Dio is so fucked
つまり
now.
爆弾を仕掛けたのはクレイドールズという組織のメンバーということですね。
で、今まさにそのことをディオが認めたと。
許せないわ。
I heard a low, furious muttering behind me and turned to see Alice, her lips pulled back into a snarl.
殺してやる。
Her voice rose to a scream as she charged towards Dio. He ducked out of the way smoothly and pulled something from his pocket.
おっとっと、威勢のいい女は嫌いじゃねえが、そのぐらいにしておいた方が身のためだって。ババア。
なんですって。
俺が今持ってる装置、なんだかわからねえのか。
まさか起爆装置。
ご名答。じゃあこのスイッチを押したらどうなるかもわかる。
この施設には少なくとも2つの半物質爆弾が仕掛けられている。
He had to
それらが
detonate
爆
as
発する
well.
のね。
Not surprising.
まあ2つじゃないけどな。
01の爆弾もどこかに設置されているのですね。
そう。それに加えてもう一つ。
4つもあるっていうの？
その通り。
So we now know that there's 4 bombs. Unfortunately, we only have passwords for 2 of them.
仕掛けた爆弾は全部で4つだ。03、02、01の他にももう一つあるんだよ。ナンバー00の爆弾がな。合計すると TNT 換算で4トン分の爆弾ってことになる。それが炸裂すりゃお前らは一巻の終わりだ。この建物もろとも吹っ飛ばされて跡形もなく消え失せることになるだろう。
それはお前とて同じじゃろうが。
ディオ、お前も死ぬことになるぞ。
元より覚悟の上だ。俺にはスペアもいるから問題はない。
スペアというのは先ほどシグマさんが言っていた。
そう、クローンのことだ。
I heard Alice whisper something to Clover.
四つ葉、行くわよ。訓練の成果を見せてやりなさい。
分かった。
Before I had a chance to ask them what was going on, they moved.
ふざけんじゃないわよ、この青二歳が！どれ
She roared and leapt towards Dio, Clover following just behind. Alice threw a punch at Dio's face, and as he dodged, Clover spun out from behind him. Dio grunted and turned to focus on Alice, but Clover darted in and snatched the detonator from his hand.
四つ葉、確保！
了解。シグマ、持ってて。
Before I could respond, Clover had thrown the detonator at me. I scrambled to grab it out of the air and held it to my chest.
くそ！やめろ！離せ！離せって言ってんだろうが、このクソ穴！
Yelling didn't do him any good, and Dio found himself subdued by the skillful teamwork of Alice and Clover. Strangely though, once they had a hold of him, he stopped struggling. I was reminded of a gazelle with its neck in the mouth of a lion. Had he surrendered? Or did he have some trick up his sleeve? It didn't feel right. I didn't have to wait long for my misgivings to prove true. The detonator in my hand suddenly began to flash.
何がおかしいのよ。
いやー、お前らの間抜けっぷりがあまりにも滑稽でな。
どういうこと？
今シグマが持ってる起爆装置、そいつはな、俺の体から1メートル以上離れると爆弾に向かってタイマーを作動させるよう命令を発信する仕組みになってるんだよ。誰かに奪われた場合のことを想定して、そういう仕掛けが施されてるんだ。要するにアリスと四つ葉が余計なことをしてくれたおかげで、爆弾は遠隔操作式から次元式へと変わったってことだ。したがってもはや起爆装置を破壊しても無駄ってことになる。爆弾に内蔵されたタイマーはすでに作動しちまってるからな。30分後だよ。
30分。
たったの30分しかないというのか。
ご愁傷様。
どうすれば止められるんですか？
それは話したでしょ。まずはパスワードの入力装置が必要。次にその装置を爆弾に接続して緊急解除用のパスワードを入力すれば。
なあアリス、お前一体何者なんだよ。どうしてそんなことを知ってる？
答える義理はないわ。それよりも入力装置がどこにあるのか教えなさい。
それこそ答える義理はないね。いったバカ、やめろ！腕が折れる！
そりゃそうよ。折ろうとしてるんだもの。
頼む、やめてくれ！
入力装置のありかを教えたらね。
わかった、言うよ。コードの右のポケットの中だ。
四つ葉、調べて。
Wow, this is the great leader. Willing to die, but not willing to get his arm broke, even though he's going to die anyway. She nodded and started digging through his pockets. After a few minutes...
ダメ！何も入ってないよ！
もしかして嘘を教えたの？
嘘じゃねえって！もう一度ちゃんとよく調べてくれ！
待って、何かあるみたい。
Clover pulled her hand from his pocket and held it out. Hill?
ねえ、何なのよ、これ。
は？よく見えねえな。もっと顔の前に近づけてくれよ。
Clover frowned and moved closer to Dio, holding the pill out towards him. Suddenly, he moved his right hand, shaking out to grab the pill from Clover's hand. Before anyone could react, he shoved it into his mouth. I heard a tiny crack as he bit down on it. Almost immediately, he grimaced in pain. It's a cyanide pill?
しまった。
なんじゃ。何を飲んだんじゃ。
おそらく毒薬だ。
そんな。
私としたことがうかつだったわ。
Oh, never mind, yeah. His eyes rolled up into his head and flicks of spittle began to trickle out from the corners of his mouth. I grabbed him by the hair and shook.
うちの玄関に忘れてきた。
わかった。それじゃあ解除用のパスワードだけでもいい。教えてくれ。
解除用のパスワード。たくしつこいやつらだな。わかったよ。どっちにしろ入力装置がなけりゃどうにもなんねんだしな。教えてやろう。ただし一つだけだ。03のパスワードだけを教えてやる。
Oh, getting the one for bomb 3. Huh, now you're right, this won't be useful by itself, but it's going to be damn useful later. And then he'll be upset. Good thing we're noting these down. So we're about to get another bomb deactivation code.
K Z X C N K K R.
Alright, let's note that down. LXQ, LHC, NMR. Excellent. Now we have 3 bomb codes. We just need the one for 2, and then we have them all. He didn't even seem to hear me. His voice was weak and more foam was dribbling out of his mouth. Those were the last words Dio spoke. He died with a strange, happy smile. And assumingly, so did we. Damn.
結局爆弾03のパスワードしかわからなかったね。どうするの？
I suppose the bigger question is he also didn't tell you where the bombs were located.
これから。
We only know where 3 of them are.
爆発まであと何分だ
？25分です。
それは確かな数字か？
ええ。実はディオさんからタイムリミットを聞いた時にバングルの時刻を確かめておいたのです。その時の表示がちょうど30分でした。
つまり次の第一扉が開くまでの残り時間と爆弾が爆発するまでの残り時間は同じというわけじゃな。
そうです。ところで現在の残り時間はというと。
まずいわね。最悪の場合は白の扉の先へと逃げ込めばもしかしたらなんとかなるかもしれないって思ってたけど。
第一扉が開放されてから閉鎖されるまでには5分かかる。だから。
そう。爆発の前に先に進むのは不可能ってことになるわ。
とにかくじっとしていても仕方がない。捜索を開始しよう。探さなければならないものは3つある。パスワードの入力装置とそうだ、
あとは03以外のパスワードも見つけ出さないと。
確かに。
待って、調べてみるわ。
She knelt down and quickly checked his pockets and sleeves, then sat back on her heels, frustrated.
ダメ、何も持ってないみたい。
She looked pale.
ならばどこかに隠されていることを祈って探索するしかあるまい。天明寺、このことをルナに伝えておいてくれないか？
わかった。了解じゃ。
よし、それでは行こう。各自健闘を祈る。3回。
We all took off on a run, heading to different parts of the building. But all of our searching turned up nothing, and as we searched, the clock kept ticking. Then at last the chromatic doors opened. Our time had run out. We watched the white doors open. Were they doors to heaven or to hell? The thought barely had time to flutter through my mind before everything went white. We didn't even have time to say goodbye. 1,000 emotions flooded my brain in those last moments. Why? How? How had we ended up this way? Then a blistering wave of heat, like the surface of the sun itself, wiped out any lingering thoughts. My consciousness slipped away into a bottomless pool of darkness. Neither heaven nor hell, only the void. The void of nothingness. A nice blue blast. For some reason it reminds me of an analog horror, seeing that explosion from there. So, I guess this is the Alice ending. Everyone gets blown up. So, we know that the password input device is in one of the safes. And we have 3 of the passwords for bombs 0, 1, and 3. We just lack the one for 2. And if I recall, one of the bombs is in the crew quarters, one of them's in the lab, and one of them is in... I can't remember what the third one was. And I don't know where bomb 0 is. So we still gotta find that too. But because we now know who planted the bombs, I know that we've unlocked another 2 ending paths on the right hand side. So we'll be exploring those in a moment once the credits roll again. I'm starting to think that the well, I don't know. I guess I will keep a hold of that lunar eclipse date, even though I don't know if it's relevant. Still don't know what that 16 was. What it was a reference to the 16 kids on Clover's body that time, that other ending. That you said I'd kicked myself for not recognizing. So, still quite a few mysteries remain. Also, not least the fact that if Dio had this mission and set several bombs, why is the disarming device in one of the safes? You know? It makes you wonder, why is the deactivation code in one of the safes? Why are many of these things in the safes for that matter? Achieved unlocked. Best served cold. But yeah, now we got the Alice ending. So yep. We got the Toad for Warehouse B. And thus ends the Alice path. But because of that, we have now this Sigma path. And this one, I path, for who planted the bomb. We have 2 different paths to go down. I think with Phi's alternate path here, after we found a way from leaving the building, we now know who planted the bomb. So we can unlock on this path. Because previously we didn't. We said we knew who did it, but then we got the lock. Actually, the first lock we unlocked as well, preventing escaping. After she got 9 points. Now before I even realized I was saying.
知ってる？知ってるってお前まさか。
I met Phi's gaze and nodded, then turned away. He unlocked a salad. Yeah, then we got those weird numbers from before. Now, it's interesting these pictures before when it's gone for that little montage, but none of them made until you've played them out. That person is you!
Nani yo, omae tawaketa koto.
いや、
ふざけるな。それじゃ前後が逆。悪いがそんな論理に従うわけにはいかねえんだよ。そもそも根拠は何なの？それが犯人だなんて。何を？
クレイ
ドールズ。
そんな、なんでシグマが知ってるの？
おい、そいつは一体何なんだ？
お前な、ヨタ話もいい。俺はクレイドールズなんて組織のことは知らねえし、フリーザソウルのこともブライボレのことも。
それじゃあディオがあのテロ組織のリーダーレフトだっていうの？
テロ
組織
レフト？
残念ながらこれ以上言い逃れはできそうもねえな。それにしても一体いつからクレイドールズはそんなに有名になったんだ？シグマや四つ葉が知ってるようなメジャーな組織じゃないはずなんだがな。確かに認めよう。俺はクレイドールズのリーダー。本名はレフトだ。ゼロボスが企てた計画 AB 計画を阻止するために俺はこの施設へと送り込まれてきた。爆弾を仕掛けたのはそのため。計画が達成されそうになった時にはこの建物もろとも吹っ飛ばすようにと指示されていて。
何なのよそれは。
さすがにそこまでは知らなかったか。うっかりと口を滑らせちまったが、まあいい。どのみちお前らはここでくたばることになるんだからな。
くたばる？
I went towards him.
おっと、それ以上近づくな。一歩でも足を進めてみろ。次の瞬間にはお前らの体は蒸発し、きれいさっぱりと消え失せていることになるだろう。
ということは今あなたが手にしているその機械は
暗物質爆弾の起爆装置。
まあそういうことだ。分かったらさっさと下がれ。
ディオさん、落ち着いてください。そのスイッチを押したらディオさんも爆発に巻き込まれることになるんですよ。
ああ、別に構わんよ。どうせ俺には代わりがいるんだからな。いいからうだうだ言ってねえでさっさと下がれよ。ほら、何をしてる。早くしろ。
We had no choice. Slowly, carefully, we backed away. All of us except for one, Tenmyoji.
おいじじい、耳が遠くて聞こえなかったのか。下がれと言ってるんだ。
断る。
貴様 俺は本気だぞ。
そうか。ならばさっさと押すがよい。その起爆装置とやらのスイッチを。
天明寺さん。
ほらどうした。
Is his bluff here?
早くせんか。おや、指先が震えておるようじゃの。怖いのか。怖いんじゃろう貴様。え、
このクソじじい。
やはりただのハッタリじゃったか。
ハッタリなんかじゃねえ。いいか、見てろよ。
ええ、しかと見届けてやるとも。だがその前に一つだけいいことを教えてやろう。貴様が持っておるその起爆装置じゃがな、実はそれ偽物なんじゃよ。
なんだと。
For just an instant, Dio's eyes twitched down to the device in his hand. That was all the opening Tenmyoji needed. He cried out as he leapt through the air. Tenmyoji's legs shot out, knocking the detonator from Dio's hand. Shit, not good.
どうしたんだ。え？
なんなのこれ。
赤いランプがつきましたけど。
Oh yeah, Sigma remembers that it will detonate within a meter of the absence from this.
バカなことをしたら天明寺。年がいもなくカッコつけようとするからこういうことになるんだよ。
なんじゃと。
どういうことですか。
やれやれ、お前一体どこまで知ってんだよ。まあいい。とにかくシグマが言った通りだ。あの起爆装置は俺の体から1メートル以上離れると爆弾に向かってタイマーを作動させるよう命令を発信する仕組みになっている。要するに天明寺がバカなことをしてくれたおかげで爆弾は遠隔操作式から次元式へと変わったってことだ。したがってもはやあの起爆装置を破壊しても無駄だ。爆弾に内蔵されたタイマーはすでに作動しちまってるからな。
タイムリミットは爆発するのはいつだ。
シグマ、知ってるんだろ。お前から教えてやってくれ。
30分？たったの30分しかないっていうの？止めるには一体どうすれば。
しかしパスワードなんて誰も。
あいにくだが俺は教える気なんてさらさらないぜ。もっともこの中にいた子でもいるってんならあの世から教えてやってもいいがな。
あの世から？
それじゃな。
I threw myself towards Dio and wrapped my hand around his wrist, slamming it to the floor. He struggled, but I put all my weight on it and kept his arm pinned. Ah, no!
やめろ!
One of the very few times we've actually got to sense Sigma. At the beginning of the game. He's got like an X on his shirt. He's an X-Men fan. He continued to struggle, but I wasn't going to let him go. I shifted my weight to free one of my hands and started trying to pry his open.
てめえふざけてんじゃねえぞこら。離せって言ってんだろうがボケ。
By then, the others had run over and piled onto Dio along with me. Even then, he refused to stop. With increasing desperation, he tried to get the hand I had grabbed to his mouth.
やむをえん。ルナ、マンドレインを。そんなことは分かってる。だが仕方がないだろう。こうしている間にもタイムリミットは刻々と迫っているんだ。いつまでもこいつと戯れてる時間なんてないんだよ。ルナ、何をしている。早く準備を。
今やってます。
きました。いつでも OK です。
さあ覚えてろよ貴様ら。どうせお前らの命もあとわずかなんだ。せいぜい残りの数十分取り乱してうろたえまくって右往左往でもするがいいさ。ざまみろってんだこのクソ野郎どもめが。
ルナ頼む、早くこいつの口を塞いでくれ。
わかりました。行きます。
And just like that, he is going to sleep. Well, good night, Mr. Neo. But now we don't get any codes off of him. As they began to climb off of him, I finally pried Dio's hand open. There it was, just what I expected. A small, unassuming capsule. I didn't know what was in it exactly, but it was undoubtedly some kind of poison. I stumbled towards the sink and tossed it into the drain.
おそらく25分程度ではないかと。
次の CD、 白の第一扉が開
I
く
think
ま
we're
での
just
時
gonna
間
blow
は。
everything up again.
それで一体どうすれば。
でも今ディオの所持品を調べてみたけど、
Alright,
メモみたいなものは持ってなかった
alright
よ。
then, bemused. Have fun walking the dogs, and I will see you later.
どうするんじゃ。
そんなデタラメにパスワードを入力してみるって言うんですか。いやしかし。
待て、方法ならある。
何なんですかその方法って。
その前に全員が私の言った通りに動くと約束してくれ。ただし質問は禁止だ。この2点について守ってくれるというなら教えよ
We all nodded.
う。よし、まずはシグマ、お前は私と一緒に来てくれ。次に残った4人についてだが、お前らはアリス、クオーク、ディオの3人を抱きかかえて B 階の倉庫に向かってほしい。
Looks like Fire's a plan.
どういうことじゃ。
She also has access to the ability to see different
質問は
timelines.
禁止と言ったはずだが、方法は以上になる。
それだけですか。
何か文句でもあるのか。私の言った通りに動くと約束しただろう。さあ時間がない。分かったら早速行動開始だ。行くぞシグマ。
I turned without waiting and headed for the door. I wonder what Fi's plan is. Does she know where the bombs are located? Before I could blink, she was gone. I gave everyone else in the infirmary a quick thumbs up and a shaky smile. I couldn't think of anything else to say. I turned right after Fi. But we don't have the bomb to pass. But Fi definitely knows more than... Well, again, she has the same powers I do, so of course she does. She probably knows similar things. This is where one of the bombs is. Bomb number 3, which I do have the pass for.
とりあえずパスワードの入力装置を。残り時間は何分だ。すると1個につき7分以内に解除しなければならない計算になるな。
Oh no, she assumes there's only 3 bombs.
ただし 移動時間も
There's
込み
four
でだ。
bombs. Bomb number 2 is in the control room on 4B. Oh yeah, one of them was in the garden, wasn't it? The garden and the lab were the other two locations.
まあ、ないこともない。飛び越えるんだ。そうだ、別の世界へと、歴史へと。お前はさっきディオが爆弾を仕掛けた犯人だと言い当てたな。あれは別の歴史で起こったことを覚えてたからだろう。だったらそれと同じことをすればいい。あるいは今と同じ歴史でも構わん。過去へと遡ってディオを問い詰めるんだ。ただしその場合は今とは異なった歴史の流れが生み出されることになるだろう。したがってその歴史の中で爆弾を解除しても意味がない。必ず今のこの歴史へと戻ってこなければ。とにかく難しいことを考えるの後回しだ。時間がない。さっさと飛べ。私はその能力を自在に操ることができない。跳躍の瞬間は自分の意志とは無関係に不意に訪れるんだ。
Oh, okay. So that's why she doesn't have all the knowledge. She can't control the jumps. We can. We're actually having this conversation.
そうか。そいつは困ったな。なあ、だったらこういう可能性は考えられないか。すでに我々の意識は別の歴史から今の歴史へと飛び越えてきた後なのだと。だが前の歴史の記憶は完璧に保たれているわけではない。というかそこで起こった出来事はほとんど忘れてしまっている。本当は覚えてるはずなのに。だとするとだ。ああ、なんとなくそんな気がするんだ。どうだ、思い出せないかシグマ。爆弾03のパスワード。どこか別の世界でそれを聞いた覚えは。
I stared down at the input device. What a strange conversation this is. Password, the bomb password. Actually, I did remember it. I had heard it. I know the one for free. The one for free is LXQ LHC NMI. Bomb has been deactivated. Counter-terrorists don't win yet, though.
解除成功だ。
I sighed and wiped what felt like a bucket's worth of sweat from my forehead.
やっぱりお前知ってたんだな。パスワード。別の歴史で知ったのか。その歴史では一体何が。そんなことを聞いてる場合ではないな。
In fact, it was the one we just acquired.
残り時間は。よし、まだ間に合うぞ。急ごうシグマ。次だ。次は爆弾02を止める。そうだ、行こう。ああ、入力装置を忘れるなよ。
Then she was gone. I hurriedly disconnected the device from the bomb and chased after her. Oh no, but I don't know one of these codes. This is where this plan's gonna fall apart. I need the code for bomb 2. At least one of them has been deactivated. Maybe when we get blown up, it will be slightly less painful. Slightly less painful. Since I was gone for what probably was an hour, how is the grid working? I'll let you know in a minute. So there's the second one. Wait, wasn't there one in the lab before? Now it's in the control room? Oh, these fucking timelines in a different placement. Oh my. Oh, whoa. Holy shit. Look at all those that have just appeared. Oh my god. It's probably going to be one for every bomb, isn't it? Like, a lock for bomb 3, one for 2, one for 1, one for 0. Well, this is how the grid looks now. We've pursued the Phi one first, and it turns out this goes on for a long bit. We've also unlocked this one here on Sigma's end. We'll explore that one next. No further unlocks at the moment, though. And I don't know the combination for this one. So I guess this is where this ends for now. I don't know the one for 2.
落ち着け。文字を打ち間違えたんじゃないのか。とにかくもう一度試してみろ。パスワードが違うということか。つまり3つの爆弾にはそれぞれ別々のパスワードが設定されていると。くそ。
Oh, I see. He was trying to type the same password. Vi slammed her foot against the locker, her face uncharacteristically twisted by anger and frustration.
弱ったな。一体どうすればいいんだ。なあ、シグマ。もう一度よく思い出してみてくれ。さっきとは別の歴史で何かパスワードのようなものを見たり聞いたりしたことはないか。そうだ。本当はお前はそこで答えを手に入れていて、だが今はそれをうまく思い出すことができないだけなのかもしれない。03の時と同じだよ。だとしたらここにある02だって。
Another history. The password. Do I know what it is? Can I remember it? I have to remember this one, unfortunately. This is where we have a problem. Fortunately, I do not have it. I don't know the password for 2. I legit don't know. I tried over and over, but it was good. Each guess was wrong. No matter how I strained my memory, I couldn't remember even a letter of the bomb's password. Seen or heard it anywhere in the first place? I'd seen these, but had I seen what I needed, then it was all over. If I couldn't control my jump, good were they?
Sigma. もう残念だが時間が来てしまったようだ。
Oh no, we're gonna explode.
最後に一つだけ言っておこう。
My connection needs to buffering Twitch.
シグマ。感謝してる。こうして死を覚悟しながらも、お前はこの場に踏みとどまってくれた。の勇気をたたえよう。生かした男だったよ、お前は。
Thanks, Vi.
ああ、からもう一つだけ。お前に会えてよかったよ。なんだか懐かしいんだ。瞬間とシグマ。
Cute little smile.
さてと
familiar.
そろそろ時間だな。他のみんなが助かってくれること、ひたすら祈るばかりだが、いずれにせよ私たちこれで。え？シグマ。
I guess he's right. Dang. What kind of suit am I wearing? So face against my chest. No, it's not. If it's not buffering, it's just freezing on us. No problems on my end. So this is all on Twitch. Put my arms around her and held tight. Oh, he gave fire hug. Things we remembered. And then we blew up. Everything went dark. When I came to, I was nothingness. So that's the end. Until we can figure out the second bomb password, anyway, which we'll need. So, yep, it's not an official lock, but the we is. So we're stuck on this one too. Damn it. Well, we have one other option. Hey, Winx 512 F. Yep. How you doing? We have one ending tonight, the Alice ending, so we're running into, well, a few brick walls. Brick wall, to be precise. We still don't know what the PC is. We don't have the 5 minutes of life. We do have the solution, but we're not allowed it yet, or whatever. So, I guess the only other thing to do is go down this of the Sigma route, and also reveal who bomb. Time for us to time jump. It's lagging hard. Just saying, it's not on my end. My OBS is showing no issues, so I guess it's having a small meltdown for whatever reason. Oh, is this something we can skip? I guess it is. So once again, we are going to reveal it is Dio who planted the bomb. And we unlock the thing. Who serves up the bomb? Part 1. He pulls the exact same trick. What a shame we didn't learn to not do that.
わかったよ。それじゃメイドの土産に教えてやろう。
Wait, he's actually going to give us one this time?
爆弾のパスワードは EQD DR N.
Wow, he actually just straight up told us. Okay. Thanks, buddy. That's all I need from you. All 4 bomb passwords. Thanks, Dio.
爆弾02じゃと。
Hey, for the gifted sub. Links to Anonymous is a fool. They can now use my emotes for a month. Get no ads. Not that I run many. The Muse dogs must have hit a cable on the walk. Ah, that's it. It's all Muse dogs. They must have chewed on the Twitch cables. But perfect. Now we have every single bomb thing we need. Now is the second half of the Chelsea password. But yeah, that's very kind of you, Links.
あれ？そうだったっけ？こいつはうっかりしてたぜ。どのみちお前らにはどうすることもできねえんだ。解除用の入力装置はない。
And this is for the Sigma ending, so I
潔く
thought
諦め
this
るこ
might
と
be
だ
the
な。
ending we get last. Might still be.
さてね、どこかな。
爆弾02を仕掛けた場所は。
が忘れちまったよ。というわけで、俺は一足先に行かせてもらうこと。
行く？
行くって。
決まってるだろ。ここではない別の世界にだよ。
I threw towards Dio and wrapped my hand around his wrist, slamming it to the floor. He used to put all my weight on it and kept his arm pinned.
くそ！やめろ！離せ！離せ！
He continued. I wonder if this is something we can also. So now we knock him out with the Sopro. Now we get the poison off of him.
おそらく20分程度。
次の CD。白の第一悪までの時間は。
Maybe Fies has the true ending then. So coincidental. The doors and the bomb timings.
それで一体どうすれば。
It's almost as if the person behind this game knew this was a timing that would occur. Whether Z, we know it's a he.
でも今ディオの所持品を調べ入力装置みたいなものは持ってなかった。
どうするんじゃ。
Oh, we don't have the device this time, do we? That's... Dismal silence filled the room. Even though no one spoke, I could see despair on every face. Thought would be proud.
ここでじっとしていても仕方がない。諦めずにやるべきことをやってみよう。
I wonder why Twitch is derping out tonight.
まずはシグマ。お前は私と一緒に爆弾03を確かめに行くんだ。本当装置が作動しているかどうか。次に残ったよ。お前らはアリス、クオーク、ディオの3人を抱きかかえて B 階の倉庫に。
B 階の
倉庫に。
ああ、万が一は白の第二扉を開いた先に進む。
G-Trap can wait a while, why don't you?
そうすればあるいは助かる可能性も。
わかりました。それでは我々は眠っている3人を連れて B 階の倉庫へ。着いたらすぐ入力装置と爆弾02の捜索に取り掛かることにします。
ああ、頼んだぞ。さあ時間分かったら早速行動開始だ。行くぞシグマ。
Fine, not waiting and headed for the door. Before I could blink, she was gone. I gave everyone else in the infirmary a thumbs up and a shaky smile and hurried after her. Holy crap, you gifted twinks, that's a lot. You've been very generous. But yeah, I'm going to be playing this for the next couple of streams, Link, because we are quite close to the end. However, when this finished, I will be playing the Quake Remaster immediately. That is the plan. So I'm sort of foreseeing my alternating between this and Doom stuff, but that's because I want to get this game finished. And we are near the end now. We have 5 endings and 4 remain. We're running out of... This game's running out of ways to divert me. Puzzle room left as well.
ひとまず別れて捜索することにしよう。
Drauken is the safe place. Tell us how you really feel.
私はくまなく探してみるから。シグマ、お前は別の場所を。
Do you mind if I extract as much money as possible before it does that?
5分前になっても見つからなければ B 階の倉庫で落ち合うことに。
I need those Twitch dollars, probably. Pressing ending for us. I wasn't sure what to say. If we hadn't found it by then, was there really any point in meeting up?
おい、なんだよその顔。大丈夫。
That's why I'm trying to clean up my act, Drauken. Lay off the alcohol. Focus a bit more on providing better streams and all that. And you know, just in general, to improve as a person. Really important, to be serious.
ほら、シーンやすく水だって言うだろ。
Yes, exactly. All this affiliate stuff is just a nice... I've been streaming for free for years. I mean, I wouldn't lie, it would suck to have the option taken away for a bit, but I would certainly keep streaming.
だが、救う希望湧いてきただろ。
I don't do this for money.
なって、この危機を無事に切り抜けたら、私のすく水姿が拝めるんだからな。
Oh. Well, I admit I'm curious.
さあ、分かったらさっさと行け。
I don't really care to see fine swimsuits. Sure.
入力装置を
Sigma's the horny one here. He's a college student, after all. I timed on my bracelet as I headed out of the crew quarters and into the hallway. It wasn't good news. Yeah, exactly. It's a luxury. You know, I have other places to stream. I broke into a run. I do this for fun, you know. It's a genuine truth. I found myself in front of the infirmary. All too often what you're looking for is right in front of you. We spent a lot of time in the infirmary, so it seemed kind of fitting now that it might have been there all along. Or maybe Dio had dropped it there recently. There was no way to... In any event, I had to start looking somewhere.
眠っていた3人については他の皆さんにお任せすることにし、私は一人ここに残ることにしたのです。もしかしたらシグマさんがここに戻ってくるかもしれないと思ったので。アダム、自動診断装置がここにはあるからです。シグマさんはあれを使うためにここへ。
What? No, that's not. Feels sick. Oh, right, yeah, this is also the time, the robot thing, isn't it?
そうですか。だったらどうしてここへ？
I thought we were in the timeline on the far left, but no, it's this one.
わかりました。では私の思い過ごしだったようですね。操作するには私のサポートが必要ですから、お力になれるのではないかと思って待っていたのですが、どうやら余計なおせつだったみたいですね。すみませんでした。失礼します。
She turned and headed toward the exit. Wait, I couldn't just let her leave like that. I sighed.
5分もあれば。ええ。
Oh wow, analyze my body. This will actually see what the results are. Yeah, the station joking. I lay down on the table. Luna picked up the item and began to run it across me, slowly and methodically. I'm being scanned by Luna now. In a few minutes she was finished.
終わりました。起き上がってもいいですよ。
I sat up and hopped off the table, already starting to show my results. Glued to her face, looking for any sign of what the answer might be. She studied the readout for several ones before replying.
結果をします。シグマさんはロボットでした。
It says you're not a robot.
人間です。
Eh? I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. My relief didn't last long.
ただし全身というわけではありません。
But am I entirely human? So I'm not a robot, but I'm not entirely human either.
シグマさんの体の一部は機械によって構成されています。
Yeah, it's the ABT, isn't it? The artificial biological tissue. Part machine. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. I'm RoboCop. Or Robo guy who solves puzzles.
これを見てください。シグマさんの両腕の中には人間の骨とは明らかに異なった存在しています。
Oh, it's just the arms that are robotic. The rest of the body. Oh, I didn't really think about that at the time. All or nothing, but I guess this makes sense. Only others is robots.
材質はチタン合金。そのっているのが例の ABT 構成体組織です。
So something happened to our arms. But what the hell happened to our arms? Not chop our arms off when we were knocked out and then rebuild them?
つまりシグマさんの両腕はサイクアームだったということに。
I'm Jax from Mortal Kombat.
文字通りエティクスの技術を利用して作られた機械的な腕のことです。
Our arms not fucking ridiculously heavy.
骨格の周り複雑に張り巡らされた植物の根のようなものがあ
Must
る
be
でしょう。
future tech, the kind of future tech where we can build treatment, cure most diseases.
これは
Where
同
we,
じく人の
where
手
we
によって
travel
人工
Mars,
神経
really,
で
it
す。
seems.
この神経が生身と接続しているために両腕を自由に動かすことができるのでしょう。
This, however, the idea of a prosthetic arm that's controlled like a machine, this actually exists now. We do have this kind of technology at the moment.
触覚が正常に機
This
能してい
isn't
るの
that
も
futuristic.
おそらくこのためです。
Even for a time period, I believe this stuff was kind of... It just isn't used very often. Okay, so now we know Sig Robot just has arms that are artificial. But when? Why replace his arms? How did his arms get cut off? At least we have some confirmation. It's one less mystery. Well, I'd say it's, but it's placed another one. We know we're not a robot. Why are our arms been cut off and replaced?
残念ですがそれはないと思います。バングルに仕込まれた注射針は人工神経を直接貫くようにできているからです。そうして注ぎ込まれた薬液は神経の細い管を伝ってあっという間に体内へ。知っているから知っているのです。ええ、そうですね。この世の中にはそういうことだってあるのです。答えようがなくても知っているということが。
Yeah, something tells me that she nursed medical training, but she probably knows a bit more than we think.
身に覚えがあ
Of
るの
course,
ではあ
that
り
will
ま
have to
せ
be
んか。
explained on the Luna ending.
どうしてシグマさんビオトープのことを知っていたのです？ディオさんが爆弾本人だと分かったのはなぜですか？すみません、シグマさん。続きを伺いたいのは嫌ですが、残念ながら時間が来てしまった。
Time? I pressed the buttons on my bracelet and felt my stomach drop. We had spent our last 60 seconds of Luna.
シグマさん、
Show me that surprise. You chose.
最後にお伝えしておきたいことがあります。実はある方からどうしてもこのことを伝えるようにと頼まれていたので。
I shuddered, not because I was scared of what was about to happen, because I was scared of Luna. She was calm, unnaturally so, like a machine with a human face. We were about to die. How could she be so calm?
いいですか？大事なことです。必ず覚えていてくださいね。
Remember? I was about to die. How was I supposed to remember anything?
もしも太陽を喰らう相当の獅子を見たら、この文字列を思い出せ。
Wait. Hold the fuck on. Now she's doing this too? What specific instructions? To tell us what? The other half of the PC password? What the fuck? This is the thing that Kay, was it Kay? Yeah, Kay told us this, I think. So both Kay and Luna gave a, I think, was it Kay who told us the second gate thing, should you encounter a twin-headed lion, blah blah blah.
GLT FTM 016
Okay. GTFDML016. First gate. Now, obviously, I don't have confirmation on this, but she mentioned about the two-headed lion, so I'm going to save that.
それが第一の門を開く鍵となるだろう。
Okay, so here's the first gate. I see.
ことつては以上
So,
です。
that is friggin' freaky, isn't it? So, Kay and Luna were given specific instructions to tell us upon the moment of the death to give us a... What in the fuck? They were told this. I mean, I get it. This is part of the whole game, to give Sigma all the information so that he can deactivate the bombs, he can open the PC. How the hell do you just be given this information and be told, oh yeah, by the way, you're only to tell him this on the moment of his death and not a moment sooner. Please don't be weirded out by this. What do you mean the moment of our death? Just tell him literally before we blow up. That is your instruction. I swear to God, if this turns out to be a fucking virtual reality simulation thing, and this whole thing is just a fucking simulation after all this, I swear to God. I mean, it was weird when Kay did it, but Kay has our face on. There's probably something there. Why is Luna's deal? It's so fucking weird. How could you be told these things and just
シグマさん、またいつかどこかで会えるといいですね。私待ってますから。
You will be fucking waiting, because now I have everything I need. All 4 bomb passwords and the PC password combination.
シグマさんのこと。
I now have nothing in my way. Before she could answer, I blew up. On top of that, that also means that our character doesn't get the main and final ending of this game. I'm going to assume there isn't a true ending, because this game is following a very strict path. You know, you get different endings in sequence, it seems. It's not like you can exactly choose to... I mean, I guess you... I've not been keeping it 100% on it, but it seems like you can't unlock the endings out of order to some extent. Maybe slightly, but it seems like the path of you have to go for these endings to get the bombs, you have to go for these endings to get the gate keys. The world exploded into noise and light, and I dispelled it. When I came to, I was falling in a field of nothingness. So these people of this game ascribe to the theory that when you die, you just go back to the void. What a depressing thought, really. You die and then just... Well, with that, we unlock the 6th ending, Sigma's ending. So the final ending is in the hands of either Luna, Vi, or Quark, I think. Oh man. Even though we're starting to get to near the end of this game, the mystery and intrigue just... you solve one thing and you get placed with another. They delight in just constantly giving you new things to ponder. Well, I guess Axis Games were involved in localization as well. Like with the first one. Well, while the credits play out again, I'm gonna check. Okay. Interesting. The West Ham game. I assume when we unlock the final endings, the trades will be a lot more elaborated than this. So, second stream in a row of this game when I unlock 2 endings. If I keep going, could I get a third one? We shall see. I wonder if we finally have the passageway to unlock that 5 minutes to die thing now. It seems, I'm gonna guess that either Luna or Phi has the final ending. And we still have 1 puzzle room left to find. Additionally, I'm gonna guess that Phi's route has the final puzzle room in it. Achievement unlocked. Arms race. Oh, these freaking achievement buns, man. So many achievement buns. Alright, well. There we are. We're down to 3 endings. If you find the 2-headed YMG to gate 1. Oh my god, we actually do have this unlocked now. I guess the solution involves the cybernetic arms. So that's it then. We have the final 3 paths. We have the path here for Quark. We have Phi's path, which involves defusing the bombs. And I assume probably the final puzzle. And we have Luna's path, which has another decision at the end. Well, I guess the next thing we need to do is we need to find out the 5 minutes of life solution. Over here. For the Quark path. Okay, so at this point, basically, we fall unconsciousness. He gives us Axelveer or something. Apparently, there's a way out of this to avoid dying.
Sigma-san, その手どうしたんですか？何か白いものがついてるみたいですけど。Now we remember the bleeding.シグマさんの両腕の中には人間の骨とは明らかに異なった骨格が存在しています。つまりシグマさんの両腕はサイバネティックアームだったということに。
Achievement unlocked. Gotta hand it to you. What the hell was that? I have cybernetic arms? It was both shocking and utterly obvious. Of course my arms were artificial. Titanium alloy bones with an ABT exterior to mimic human skin. But I had no idea why, nor did I know when my human arms, which I distinctly remembered having, had been replaced. And that flash of Luna I'd seen, I was certain it had never happened. Those things hardly mattered though. If I survived, I could worry about them later. The fact that my arms were mechanical, however, that might be useful. I called up all the strength I had left and stood one more time. What are you waiting for? Why don't you open it up already?
Nanyo?
Did I stutter? Open the number 9 door.
Sigma! 何を言ってるんですか、シグマさん。
ついに自暴自棄になっちまいやがったか。まあいい。言われなくてもそうするつもりだったよ。待ってよ。そうせかすなって。おい、K。お前の BP も確か9だったよな。
ええ。
お前はどうする？一緒に行くか？
私はここに残ります。
どうして？
シグマさんがこんな状態なのに見捨てていくわけにはいきません。いや、しかし。わかりました。
よし、決まりだな。行くぞ、K。
よせ、やめろ。
Fire began to move, but it was already too late. Dio grabbed the lever and threw it down. So, we don't actually get to live, but apparently having the cybernetic arms means that we can... What? How does this play out? Oh no, we have cybernetic arms. I guess that means go ahead, open the doors. I'm still going to die.
それじゃあな、あばよ。
皆さん、必ず助けを呼んで戻ってきます。ですから、希望を捨てずに。
As Dio turned to look at me, I crouched. Then, calling on every last bit of strength my wearied body could supply, I launched myself towards him like a coiled string. I slammed into his legs, knocking him to the floor and wrapping my hands around his ankle before he could get back up.
おい、てめえ何しやがんだこの野郎。扉が閉まっちまうじゃねえかよ。離せ離せ離せっつってんだろうがこら。
He lashed out with his free leg at my head, shoulders and arms, but I held on. I ignored the pain, tightening my grip with every blow.
おい、これは一体何の真似だ。どうしてこんなことする。約束だったらちゃんと守っただろうが。嫌がらせ。くそ、ふざけんなよてめえ。とにかく俺は何としてでもここを出なきゃならねえんだ。ただの嫌がらせなんかで俺の崇高な任務を邪魔されてたまるかよ。
Dio began to pull himself along with his elbows bit by bit edging closer to the exit. He was headed straight through the door, but the gate was already beginning to close. With only a few feet to spare before it shut, he crawled across the threshold beyond the door.
シグマ、もういいよ。もう十分だよ。手を離してください、シグマさん。
このままでは扉に挟まれるぞ。
Oh, this is how it's gonna come into play, is it? His arms don't matter because they're cybernetic.
しかし最後の最後まで間抜けな男だったなお前は。とっととくたばりやがれこの死に損ないが。え
これにお使いなおどうぞ残り。
The announcer's voice grated at the inside of my skull. I felt tired, so very, very tired. I felt my eyes flutter closed, and then nothing. How is this the Quark ending exactly? Oh, it's not over yet. And why did he let go of Dio after all that?
シグマさん、シグマ。
あ、ようやく目を覚ましたか。
Where am I? I rubbed my eyes and slid my legs off the bed to stand up. Well, to be honest, it was an examination table, not a bed. Which meant... the infirmary, huh?
気を失ったあなたをみんなで運んでくれたみたいよ。私は直接見たわけじゃないから。あなたと同じように気絶しちゃってたの。AB ルームの中で。K に突然お腹をドンってされて。最低よね、あいつ。暴力で投票権を奪い取るなんて。ええ。
Q の扉から出て行きました。
リオと一緒にね。
行けと言ったのはお前だろ。
ところで腕の方は大丈夫か。事の顛末は全て聞いた。お前さんの腕がサイバネティックアームだということも知っておる。もっともその事実を知ってもさして驚くことはなかったがな。 なんとなくそうではないかとうすうす察しておったから。
I looked down at my left hand, or rather I looked down at where my left hand should have been. Instead, there was a stub wrapped in white gauze. I told myself I'd do anything to get the cure, even if it meant letting Dio betray me, but I had a feeling I might come to miss my hand.
僕ならここにいるよ。
Well, I guess now we know how Quark's ending comes into play here.
シグマさんのおかげでね。シグマさん、リオのやつから抗ウイルス薬奪い返してくれたんでしょ。それをルナさんに打ってもらったんだ。ありがとう。本当にありがとう、シグマさん。
Yeah. It seemed they'd shared stories while I was asleep. Everyone knew now how I'd made a deal with Dio and about the journal we'd found with the Latin in it. Clover and Phi seemed to have done most of the talking.
それにしても逆だったとは驚きです。私たちが感染者だったわけじゃなくて、外にいる人たちの方が感染者だったなんて。もしもそれが本当なら、ここは隔離施設じゃなくて保護施設ってことになりますけど。
いや、まだそうと決まったわけではない。
So actually, this is actually the first time that in the game where we have some stuff, extended stuff happening after the door closes. The only other time was when we tried to go through, were pulled back, and then we woke up with our arms missing. But then the game was over.
私も最初はそう思ったんだが、シグマに矛盾点を指摘されてな。
I explained what I noticed. 1. If we were in a shelter for uninfected people, why had Quark been infected? Any place designed to keep a virus like that out would have a lot of safeguards to keep anything from getting in. Had the virus really bypassed all those measures? It didn't seem likely. 2. The timing of our abductions and the pandemic's outbreak was strange. It would make sense if we'd been rescued after the disease had become widespread, but that wasn't what had happened. First, we'd been adopted, then the pandemic had broken out. 3. We didn't know why Zero had put us in the nunnery game. If we were survivors he wanted to protect, then why try and kill us? If we were in a shelter, why wasn't it safe?
こういう可能性はどうかな。
Well, as I said before, it's anything like the existing nunnery game. The whole game is designed for a very specific moment, which I'm convinced is to stop the outbreak happening in the first place. In the past. Somehow. Across time, maybe.
まず何者かがあらかじめパンデミックの発生について予想してたの。この何者かが誰なのかはわからない。多分ゼロだとは思うんだけど。で、その人はウイルスが蔓延する前に私たちを保護、このシェルターに収容した。だけどしばらく経ったら退屈になってきちゃったから、暇つぶしにゲームを。でも本当にバングルに毒薬が仕込まれてるかどうかわからないじゃん。今のところ注射を打たれたことがあるのはシグマだけで、だけどそれも第一の薬マンドレインだけだったわけで。
That's probably because the game ended, isn't it?
そうは言ってないけど。
I mean, she's correct, but I'm gonna the second one didn't work because maybe the game ended at the right time.
いえ、それはありえません。番組には間違いなくハイメトリン、禁止換薬が装填す。アダムの解析結果からこのことは明らかです。
アダムが嘘をついてたら？
それを言ったらもう何もかも推理のしようが。新聞記事だってラテン語で書いた日記だって全部捏造されたものかもしれないね。
あるいは日記は本物だが私の役は嘘だったとかな。いや本当だ、翻訳に間違いはない。そういう可能性についていちいち挙げていったらキリがないと言いたかっただけだ。 ロがひつまぶしで芸者をもてなしたとは考えにくい。
え？
間違い。とにかくゼロが暇つぶしでゲームを行ったとは考えにくい。
How do you make that mistake?
とはいえ孫なしに全否定するのもどうかと思う。何者かがパンデミックについて予想していたのではないか。可能性についてなら考えられないこともことだ。
パンデミックが人為的に引き起こされたのはありえないこともないですね。
だよね。ノアの箱舟、洪水が起こってから動物たちを船わけじゃないし、洪水が起こる前のことでしょ。ノアさんがそれをしたのは。
つまりのために我々は保護されたというわけ。
近い将来に発生するであろうパンデミックによって人類という種は絶期に瀕してしまうかもしれない。どこかの誰かが考えて私たちを捕獲したと。
I walked around and did a quick inventory. Women, an old man, and a kid. That meant I was the only fertile male. Repopulation, huh? That didn't sound good. If that was the case, maybe there wasn't any reason to escape. If the newspaper and the journal were right, the world outside was crawling with a deadly virus. Why would we go explore that? This would be the safest, happiest place on Earth. Well, not really, but it's better than nothing.
いずれにせよもうゲームは終わってしまったんじゃ。考えても仕方がなかろう。
そんなこと。ゲームは終わっても誠だらけではないか。むしろますます謎は深まるばかりだ。
じゃがそれを考えて何になる。答えが出たら扉が開くのか。もう終わりなんじゃよ、何もかも。わしらはここに閉じ込められたまま一生を終えることになる。わしら8人は永遠にから出ることはできんのじゃ。
Unless you mean the old lady, of course.
あの老婆も含めてとですね。
そうじゃ。
ねえ、思うけどさ、あの老婆がゼロボスって可能性はないの？でも私たちをさらってきた犯人に殺されるってどういうことよ。殺されたんじのかもよ。え？
つまり自らいいことか。ラジカル6に感染して。
Happened to her, she was killed by Dio for some.
込まれたんじゃない？どこか別の場所で自殺してから。
We know that she's to K, as I think she's the mother figure that is was important in his life. But why she was involved in the game, why Dio killed, why she was in this timeline but not other timelines, we don't know.
とにかく一度老婆の体を調べてみよう。もしかしたら何か手がかりになると思っ
She's
てるか
not
もしれ
even
ないし。
on the far right time, on the right hand. I mean, if you go to this area, she's not around. She only appears in this set. Just like the bombs aren't necessarily knowledge in this timeline either. Although obviously the bombs are, I guess. Down at the body of the old woman. Fire was the first to move. Methodically, she began to reach out into the I just stood there. Even if she was dead, no, because she was dead. I just didn't feel like touching her. A few silent minutes, Fire suddenly stopped. She pulled something out of the old woman's sleeves and held it out toward me. A card? Wait, it's got Kurashiki on it. What the fuck?
この施設の ID カードのようだな。写真がプリントされているから彼女のものと考えて間違いなかろう。
What? Ever?
いや私はない
Well, I know the map of Kurashiki. But you gotta be kidding me. There's no way this can't be Akane/June, can it?
お前は
Yes, I know a Kurashiki, Akane Kurashiki, the person behind the first Nonary game. That was her name. Are you telling me that this old woman was her? And that she was killed by Dio? And that's her fate after all that shit? The first game, she was just stabbed to death? Well, we already know that Zero is not her again anyway, because Zero is male this time, it seems. Pass equals Jumpy though. Right. Okay, yeah. So that's definitely confirms it on the back that with a password like that. So that means, oh dear God, that means the timeline is way ahead of 2038. 2028 was when they were adopted. We know that the cure, the Axelveer, was discovered sometime after 2038, possibly 2040. Now, the events of the game were like, let's see, taken 9 years early. That means that there's probably been like, she's an old woman, so that means there's probably been about 30 or 40 years after we were kidnapped, and then we were woken up. I actually knew that we were waking up after 2028, of course, sometime at least earliest of 2040, but it seems it's probably like 2060, 2070. So this is Akane Kurashiki, so and she was killed. Yeah, it's fun when you know all the answers.
頭のところにパスイコールとあるから何かのパ
But
スワードかもしれ
password
ない
to
な
what, though? That's what we don't know. We have the bombs, we have the key, we have the PC. What's this a password for? Something else?
ああ
That's a reference to Junpei-kun. Damn. Poor Akane. After all that work of surviving one Nonary game, she died in the second one. We were still looking over the card over when I heard a commotion from the other part of the room.
アリス、どうしたの？アリスさん、アリスさん。
お前、そんなものを持って一体何をするつもりじゃ？
Uh-oh. Fi and I turned around and gasped.
行こう
We ran to the other end of the room. I skid around the partition. There stood Alice, her hand wrapped tightly around the scalpel. She didn't seem stable. Her eyes were flat and hollow. Her face was an emotionless mask. She was not well. The look on her face was all too familiar. Yeah, Quark. She looked just like Quark had before he went insane. But that meant...
さよなら。
Her hand moved, lifting the scalpel up high in the air, then driving it down towards her heart. Oh, that's gory. And she killed herself. How was this the Quark ending again? He was barely relevant. Well, aside from the fact he recovered from the Radical 6, but that's about it. Well, that's ending number 7. 3 endings in one stream. I'm not done yet, by the way. I am not done yet. Dang. I guess that means I don't need to care about the lunar eclipse date, because now we have all the PC passwords and stuff. Can we start skipping the credits? We've seen it before and you have more to do. Can you skip the credits at all? Can you skip them? Oh, you can. Okay, great. Well, sure. I'm happy to do that. Achievement unlocked, an equal and opposite reaction. Yeah, because it's the same ending, isn't it? So, yeah, I agree. Skipping the credits is good. Wow, look at that. We started off with 4 endings and now we have 7. We're down to 2. Huh, they're even placed conveniently from left to right, I've just noticed. Wow, well, that was the Quark ending. And we now confirm that Akane is dead. And now we know who the old woman was. So, yeah. So, we are now down to 2 pathways. The very, very long pathway, which I suspect has the final puzzle in it, and the lunar pathway on the left. I think everything else has been covered at this point. Yep, everything else has been covered. So, with that in mind, we're going to do the director's office mystery, now that we have the code for it. So this is when we go back to the director's office with the PC, after we've been to the security room, and after Luna tells a bunch of stuff. Oh wait, no, that was on the Sigma timeline, I think. Sorry, I just need to check something on this. This is when we did... Oh, this is where we did the Galwan Bay, wasn't it? Sorry, not the, wasn't the one with the, Yeah, we're in the lounge and then we did the Galwan Bay. Never mind. That was the Sigma timeline where she told all the stuff. So, we don't... Then we get the clue of Remember Death. We get the clues, but the clues are... Well, I guess the clues basically indicate you need to jump through a shitload of timelines to get the ID and password. So the ID is GTF EML numbers 0, 1, 6. Wait, so that was what was on Clover's body in one of those endings. Does that mean she knew part of the ID? And that was that. And then for the second gate, MILADEOLI. Accepted. And there we go. Captain Kidd was canon. And that's it. We've unlocked the computer. Fine. Come over here. No, sweet. I don't remember if it comes up or not, but do you want me to explain the whole 16 thing on Clover? Well, it was part of the password, funnily enough. Is a 16 a reference to the 16 kids? And the very first nunnery game? I don't know if you should. It feels like it might be important for something. Unless it isn't important for something. It's actually coincidence as far as I'm aware. You can explain it if you want. You said I would feel stupid for not knowing it. But if it's actually part of the... Oh, okay. Well, you can tell me then, sure. I've noted it down because I thought it was important for something. I'm gonna also remove that. Nah, I'm not gonna need that anymore. I'm not gonna need the Luna Eclipse details anymore. Well, sweet. Think back to how you determined who the killer was in the first trial of DR1. It was a set of numbers that were interpreted as a person's name. Oh! She was spelling Dio. Yeah. Dio. Yeah, and that was Leon. Yes, I do feel kind of stupid. Which also fucking means that they reused that for Danganronpa 1. Yeah, but come on, it's 016. It's not as obvious as fucking VATS. Come on, it's different. But okay, yeah, that's what it means. It meant Dio. Haha. It's not more obvious. In a game it's about fucking number... whatever. It doesn't matter anyway.
どうしたんだ?
We know Dio's a jerk.
はあ?
Yes, we got in because I'm a timeline jumper, don't you know?
なんでわかったんだよ?
Oh, right. This came after DR1. Oh yeah, I guess they reused it then. I guess they liked that.
なんとなくってなんだ? どうしていきなりそんな話が出てくるんだ? 関係ないだろ. 何を言ってるんだ? お前. そうか。わかったよ。
I did not pick up on it immediately.
それじゃあ早速調べてみよう。なんて簡単に言えるわけないだろ、このバカタレが。一体どういうことなのか説明しろ。なんでお前がユーザー ID とパスワードを知ってるんだよ。
We continued to yell at one another for several more minutes, but no matter what Fi asked me, I could never come up with an answer that satisfied her. Eventually, she seemed to give up.
わかったよ。言っていることはさっぱりわからんけどな。しかし少なくともお前が嘘をついていないらしいということだけはわかった。 AB ゲームの締め切り時間も迫ってるしな。仕方がない。調べてみよう、こいつを。とはいえ、どこから手をつければいいんだ。見たところ、膨大なデータが格納されているようだし。そうだ、シグマ。お前が入力した ID を教えてくれないか。その ID をキーワードにして検索をかけてみよう。もしかしたら何か引っかかるかもしれん。
I gave her what she'd asked for. GTFDML716. Her search returned several files, and after examining them for a moment, Fi opened one. Oh, it's a Galwan password. Galwan unit details. Are these part specifications for Galwan?
ああ、そうみたいだな。私に聞くな。お前の方がよく知ってるはずじゃないか。まあいい。とにかく中身を見れば、すべてはっきりするだろう。さあ、来たぞ。
Oh. That's Luna's picture. Luna.
だな。下にキャプションがついている。
Yeah, that's Luna's picture.
ABT 外装後のアピアランスだと。
Appearance after application of ABT. Wait, Luna also has artificial biological
特殊
tissue?
な人工生体組織があってな。それを骨格の上に外装したもんがわしらゴーレムの本来あるべき姿やねん。そうして ABT を外装したゴーレムは人間の見た目とほぼ変わらんもんになる。皮膚の質感、毛穴、わずかな体毛やニキビの跡まで再現されとるから。
But I've seen Luna die. She bleeds.
おそらく近づいてみても区別することはできん
Although
や。
maybe it's like us. Perhaps they had to replace part of her too.
ちゅうか実際に
Yeah, then it was deactivated before he could tell us something useful.
要するにルナは汎用自律制御型労働電子機械ゴーレムだったってわけだ。 TM016 というのは彼女のプロダクト ID で。
You're kidding me. So, Luna is straight up a robot. Like a full... But I've seen her bleed blood. Red blood, surely.
彼女はロボットだ。いくら自律制御型とはいえ独断で行動していたとは思えん。
That would definitely explain why she knew half of the fucking password, though. That would explain how she knew the ID. It's her ID code. Well, yeah, I guess that's true, Drauken. But yeah, she's a fucking robot. This is her computer. Yeah, Werner gave us the password that was the ID. Kay knew the second half, which was the pass. Kay has our face. And we don't know if he's human or... Well, actually, he also bled, I think. But we don't know.
Ah.
Dang.
見ろ。
She's best skill not even.
画面の右下。現在のステータスが表示されている。
Currently operation. Executing special mission. Dang, man.
多分な。あるいはテストのためかもしれん。
Void Kampf Test.
他の8人がルナの正体を見抜けなかったら、ルナは一級品のゴーレムとして合格とかな。
Did he just quote Blade Runner at me? The Void Kampf Test. Oh, you ask her a bunch of questions.
もしもそうだとすると、これまでにゲームをさせてきた理由もわからないでもない。室内のパズルを解かせたり、駆け引きが必要な AB ゲームをやらせたり、それらの一つ一つがルナの人間らしさを見極めるための判断材料になっていたのかも。
Maybe she's not aware she's an AI, though.
そうだな。ルナは部屋の中に閉じ込められた一人の少女。
Just want to check something real quick. Yeah, that's right. It's the same one in the Blade Runner, the Void Camp Test. Yeah, it's the same one used in that movie.
我々を含めた他の8人は、その判定員のような存在だったとも考えられる。いつも言うようだが、あくまでも
重要なのは隣にいる誰かが人間らしいかどうか、ただそれだけやねん。その誰かが人間らしく見え、人間らしく振る舞い、人間らしく会話を行っていれば、それだけでもう十分。
Might also explain why Luna was slightly attached to us. It was part of a mission to tell us the password for this as part of Zero's design.
今だよ。今、このデータを見て。あの時はまだ確信が持てなかったんだよ。ただなんとなくそう思っただけで。そう、なんとなくだ。なあ、それよりももっと大事なことに気づかないか？ルナのステータス、もう一度よく見てくれ。ロボットが死ぬのか？筋弛緩薬を投与されて？
アンビデックスゲーム投票の締め切りまで残り10分です。プレイ所定。
And we got a vote to do.
あるいはそれだけではないのかもしれん。彼女がやったことはルナのプロダクト ID、 その末尾3桁の数字は何だった？ 016といえば
Just a coincidence? Oh, wait a minute. Is it saying it wasn't Dio that did this, but Luna?
とにかく彼女の体を確認しに行こう。向かうべき場所はもちろん。
Luna is gone. Why would she kill them?
私はシグマさんを信じてるんです。
What a
行くぞ
shot.
シグマ。
So basically, Droken, you like the robots.
ゲームはまだ続いている。
Beep boop.
我々が投票を行わなければ例のペナルティだ。
That's two games with nurses that you declare to be the best game, and both of them have something off about them. Crazy Mikan and robotic Luna, who apparently has killed two people now. I knew there was something off about Luna, I just couldn't put my finger on it. I would never have suspected it's actually a robot, though.
AB ルームへは
ルナのバングルか。
Oh, we have a bracelet, don't we? But wait, how did she open the door if her bracelet's missing?
の締め切りまで
Oh no,
残
she
り
just needed the
2
card,
分
not the
です
bracelet, didn't she? But she can't actually access the game then. Not that it matters necessarily.
ああ、始めてくれ。
Right. You are forgetting something, though.
シグマ。
There she is! The killer robots! Oh, too late now. She knew.
投票
もしかしたらゲームに参加するつもりなのかもしれん。ああ、裏切りだよ、間違いなく。そうじゃなければわざわざこんなところにやってきたりはしない。未投票のまま締め切り時間を迎えれば自動的に強力に設定されるからだ。ああ、そうだ。だがそんなことを聞いてどうする。あいつの BP なんて今は関係ないだろ。おいおい、何を寝ぼけたこと言ってるんだ。あいつは今バングルをはめていないんだぞ。というかそもそもそれ以前のこととしてあいつの正体はゴーレムなんだ。
Gee, Drauken, that's... Moving on.
外に出ることがあいつの目的じゃない。
I'm not allowed to... I don't think Twitch allowed me to say the word that I would put in response to that.
BP が9以上になろうがなるまいがあいつにとってはどうでもいいことなんだよ。決まってるだろ。私たちの BP が9以上になるのを阻止するためだよ。ルナがこのラウンドを放棄すれば私たちは協力を選ぼうが裏切りを選ぼうがどのみち BP を9以上にすることができる。あいつはそれを阻むために。
投票の9、8、7、6、5、4。
私はシグマさんを信じてるんです。
But you're a robot.
2、
You're a robot.
1。
Well, time to find out what happens when we ally. I mean, we won't die in the worst case scenario, but she
ア
might
ン
be
ビ
able
デ
to
ックス
escape.
ゲーム第3ラウンド
Not that she might
終了。
be programmed to do that, of course.
結
Who
果は
knows?
倉庫内のディスプレイ。お疲れ。アンビデック
Well, we'll find out.
おいシグマ。
Hey, Kanamari-hun. How are you doing? Thanks for the raids. And welcome to Raiders to surprise! Possibly unlocking the 8th ending of this game.
正気か？一体どうして協力なんか？
How you doing, Tunez? What were you playing tonight, Kanamari?
妙だな。私たちはゲートが開放されてからすぐに部屋を出てきた。ルナが逃げる時間などなかったはずだが。
Doom maps. Sounds fun. I've been unlocking endings in this game like candy. We unlocked 3 tonight. We might be about to get a 4th, which means, well, next time will be the end. There's only 1 ending to go. There it was. So she never voted? Did I not say you'd finish it on Tuesday after 2 streams? Well, you did, yeah. I just didn't think I'd get the endings this quick. Well, anyway. Dead. Ugh, the skulls. What? Ah! Everyone else. Oh, yeah, everyone else is dead, aren't they? Dead. Gee, that's disturbing to see the fucking skulls like that. But yeah, I mean, she killed everyone. Well, she killed Quover and Tenmyoji. Quark and Alice were killed by the Radical 6, and I forget what happened with these two, to be honest. I forgot what happened on this timeline a little bit, but things got... Oh, right, the bracelets, the fucking time or something. We were pushed through, weren't we, by Kay, when something happened because... Yeah, that was it. Alice was... I forget, but God, it feels really creepy just seeing fucking 6 skulls like that. There's something just disturbing about seeing this familiar table and seeing like pink skulls for nearly everyone. But I guess it means we can all leave now. The surviving 3 can just fuck off. I guess if we'd chosen to betray, then Luna would not be able to leave, and she might not be happy about that. What Doom maps were you playing then? Was it a playtest session, Kanamori? I know some visual novel games, but I didn't see this game before I came to your stream. Hey, Sai Koska89. Yeah, this is the second game in the... I'm sure Draken will probably provide a link in a second. This is the second game in the Zero Escape series. It's part of the Nonary Games duology. Thank you, Draken, for that. This is actually pretty far into the game as well, so if you are thinking to play this... Don't worry, you won't get all the spoilers, but there's some spoilers, because we're pretty far in. Ah, yes. Doomboard's Project 37, which we're not allowed to talk about on Doomworld anymore. For whatever reason. I believe. And Claustrophobia 1024. Nice. Yeah, that's it. They were all penalised because they couldn't get to the doors on time. And 2 of them died of Radical 6. Well, he's dead because the result screen showed him to be dead. Oh yeah, Quark disappeared, didn't he? This is where Quark vanished. But I think Tenmyoji hit him.
ないことになる。ルナがどういうつもりで我々の前に姿を現したのかはわからない。だがいずれにせよ彼女のおかげで今こうして我々の BP は目標地へと到達するに至ったわけだ。
Guess she wants to leave with us, perhaps.
どうするシグマ。Q の扉から脱出するか。できるわけがないか。安心したよ。実はその言葉が聞きたかったんだ。 さあ行こう。クオークを探しに。ルナか。
What happens if Luna chooses to
アンビ
leave?
デアンビデゲート
Yeah, a star around. Not that it matters. Actually, they need to get the hell out of here before the final round concludes because they can't go. None of them can play the final round. By now, I checked out Reefer to her sheer reflex. I was a magenta pair just like before, but Fire changed to a red solo. It didn't really matter though. Both of our bracelets showed the number 9. All we had to do was open the number 9 door, and we'd never have to play another AB game again.
とにかく今はクオークを見つけ出す方が先だ。
I don't actually know the details, Tuners. I was just told during the last Doom stream that, or something, that there was something happened on Doom World a few days ago, and because of what happened on a certain Doom World thread, which I never read, because I don't really care for drama and shit like that, all I know is that talking about DBP on Doom World is verboten. Not allowed to happen anymore. And that's it. I don't know what reason. I just know that's what happened.
行くぞシグマ。
I don't care that much. What happened happened. It's not my business. I was aware that the DBP community had a certain reputation of a sort, but I don't know any details on that either. Again, not my business. People are still free to play the DBP stuff, of course, and stream it, so... I mean, why did Werner kill them? I played some good visual novels, like The Pirate's Fate, Shining Star Nova, Sakura Nova, and the newly purchased Just Desserts. Oh, you're quite familiar with the visual novels then, huh? Yeah, I've only played a few visual novel games. The Danganronpa trilogy, this and the previous Zero Escape game, and Doki Doki Literature Club. It's not something I really... Yeah, you can see the... Unless that blood splatter is from Dio, it seems that K is also a... underneath the metal armor, which has our face on it for whatever reason.
なあシグマ、聞きたいことがある。ここには3枚の扉があるわけだが、お前、アリス、ルナの3人はこのうち右側の扉を開いてゴーレムルームに入ったんだよな。
This is... After I've beaten this and the letter, I'm not going to be playing any more visual novels on this channel unless they're quite short. So don't get used to the idea of me playing visual novels on this channel. No one, most of my community don't really care for them, and to be honest with you, I'm not really the best fit for this kind of game.
見てくれ、真ん中の扉の脇にある電子ロックの装置。ああ、思い当たるのは一人しかいない。とにかく中に入ってみよう。
Many of its members are Doom World frequenters. Well, they are. They've got like Joe Ilya, 40 ounce, etc. I don't know the details. Kanamari, you'd have to ask someone else. I don't know the deal. I just know that there was... I only know that the DBB community had a certain reputation that didn't mesh well with Doom World. That's it. I don't know the details, I don't really care. It's not my business. I just know there was a conflict of some kind. I know the outcome. I didn't know how and why, but I still had a strong sense of deja vu when I looked at them. Suddenly realized I knew exactly how to operate the pods. It was a strange, unsettling feeling, as if somewhere deep inside was a version of myself that I didn't actually know.
一つだけポットの内部に明かりが灯ってるな。ガラスが曇ってて中はよく見えないが、ああ。
Well, who's inside? Luna, I guess? Quark? Oh yeah, I guess this is where Tenmyoji hit him. Quark was in there. But it showed him as being dead. Our feet pounded across the floor of the warehouse. It showed him as being dead on the mail result screen, though. Oh yeah, Quark does have 9 BP, doesn't he, in this one, so he can come through it. Quark's body bounced in my arms as I ran. His pulse and breathing were normal. But the game showed him as dead. So the game fucking lied. The results screen did not thought he was dead. Oh, because his heart stopped inside the machine, of course. The pod thing, the heart stops inside. He was dead. He was with and unconscious when he was alive. The pod's display had given us a little information on his condition. As far as we could tell, he'd been anesthetic, which had put him to sleep. So, I guess Luna's on us.
どうしたんだよシグマ。ここは2つ返事で。ああ、大丈夫だ。だろ。
Or his bracelet is off.
何を言い出すんだ突然。ここにとどむつもりだ。ルナに殺されるかもしれないんだぞ。ローバ、アリス、四つ葉、
Why would his bracelet be off, though?
それだけ。この6人を殺したのはルナである可能性が高い。どうしても何もないだろう。四つ葉の大腿部に残されていた血文字、なんて書いてあったか忘れたのか。それは何と同じ数字だ。
Well, unless of course I to stay deal and it's a coincidence that it happens to also 16.
じゃあ、ローされたのはところでお前の話によると、ゴーレムの頭脳はこの施設のメインコンピューターの中にあるそうじゃないか。だとしたら、あのクレーンを遠隔操作で動かすことが可能だろう。いつでも、どんな時でも、ルナが望んだタイミングで。そうだ。ルナはおそらく AB ルームを移動した。そしてそのことに真っ先に気づいたのがこのことから少なくともルナにはアリスを殺すための動機があったことが伺える。リオとケイの殺害だってルナならば可能だ。
Well, think of it this way, how would Clover have known about Luna being 016? Well, that's a good point.
2人が所持していた星のカード。これをルナが奪ったことは明らかであり、このことは犯行を裏付ける一つの状況証拠であるとも言える。さあ、これでもう分かっただろう。いずれの場合も明確な根拠があるわけではない。だが残された3人の中で私を含めれば4人になるが、とにかくその中で6人を殺した可能性が最も高いのはルナであると言わざるを得ないんだよ。それにもう一度よく考えてみてほしい。そもそもルナはゴーレムなんだぞ。彼女はこの得体の知れぬ施設で働く労働電子機械であり、お前の話が確かならゼロウサギにとっての手足のような存在でもあるという。今何をなすべきかは自明のことだろう。ルナを置いてこの施設から逃げるんだ、すぐに。
ロボット工学三原則っ 聞いたことないですか？
A robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm.
三原則のないロボ
Oh
ットなん
yeah,
て
the three rules of
ただの
robotics, of
鉄の
course.
塊に過ぎません。
ヒヤヒヤさせるなよ、タク。
But wait, he agreed?
よし。それじゃ開くぞ。そうだな。長いは無用だ。行こう。
So, Sigma remembers the three rules of robotics, but then just continues to open the door anyway. She's just a robot, who cares about her? She's an opponent. With a heavy weighted groan, the number 9 door began to open. Finally, the second time I get to leave through this stupid door. As soon as the gap was wide enough to admit her body slicing through it, I followed her through, Quark still trailed in my arms. Inside was a massive lift platform like the kind used to move industrial cargo. I turned to face me, and I shoved Quark into her arms. Before she could respond, I spun around and ran. Wait, he's gonna reject the opportunity to stay out?
おいシグマ、一体何を考えてる？早くこっちへ来るんだ。まさかルノのところへ。バカなマナーやめろ。考え直すんだシグマ。シグマ。
Why couldn't you tell her? You could have just told her that and then gone to find her.
9のこれにおつかなおどうぞ残り
Because it just occurred to me that this was a star round, so apart from the timing of the AB thing, there wasn't actually any door timings to worry about, so they didn't have to rush out. I'd forgotten that. Yeah, those subs definitely didn't match the VO. I had no regrets. In fact, with finding Quark's successful escape, I felt a profound relief. One of my objectives had been achieved, and a difficult choice had been made. My mind felt clear and focused more than I had in a long time. Well, what are you going to do? She's going to be in the garden or something? Of course she's going to be in the garden. You really liked to leave. Hi, Luna. Luna, the AI. Boop.
やっぱり
We haven't
なん
talked
だか
here
落ち
in
着き
this
ませんか？
one.
この殺風景の中で唯一緑があるのがこの場所で
So she didn't kill them, but then it was killed. Was this part of the Radical Six madness? Or did just Dio decide to start killing people? And then was apprehended and killed?
なんていうかその月並みですけど
So Luna's not a killer robot at all
いいな
because of the three
って
laws.
そう思って深刻な話をするにはうってつけの場所だと思ったんです。緑を見てるとそれだけで心が癒されるから。よくわからないですがそれってもしかして別の歴史のことを言ってるんですか？実は私聞いたことがあるんです。
Aware of our abilities, which means of course she is. She's programmed by Zero, and therefore Luna knows about the abilities.
ある人からシグマさんの意識は時空を飛び越えることができるって
That's the whole purpose of the game. We know what the music box around her neck. Carefully and delicately she twisted the dial on the bottom.
それよりも他に聞きたいことがあるのではないですか？例えば、どうして私があの6人を殺したのかとか。どうしてですか？なぜ私が犯人ではないと思うでしょう？できれば理由を聞かせていただきたいのですが。
I nodded and took a moment to compose my thoughts.
どうしてたのです？
Oh yeah, of course, the bracelet was put on someone's arm. So Dio wasn't originally part of the game. He hijacked her bracelet and entered the game with it.
だからですか？だからディオさんが殺したと。じゃあどうして？実況？
ああ、そうだよ。認めてやるよ。俺があのババアを殺してバングルを奪ったんだ。
待ってください。そんなことをいつ聞いたというんです？それってルール違反じゃないですか
？What? Yeah, what? Nox's 10 Commandments. The fuck is Nox's 10 Commandments? Oh right, it's the stuff about the... Oh, okay, it's that thing, yeah. Okay.
人類はめってるのよ。大人も子供たちもみんな一人の頃のだったらいっそこの場で。
Yeah, she killed herself because of Article 6, and that's a side effect, of course. Yeah. I guess you did kind of spoil that, Dragon, but it's not the biggest. Yes, but that was reflection and it was different and that was set to go. Wasn't that obvious? There we are, I guess.
ことを容疑者から除外していただけるのは大変ありがたいのですが、でも今のシグマさんのお話、どれもこれも想像の域を出ないものばかりですよ。アリスさんが自殺したのだと、どうして言い切ることができるのです？仮に彼女がラジカル6に関すしても、その症状が現れる前に私が殺したという可能性だってあるじゃないですか。四つ葉さんと天明寺さんに手錠をかけたのも確かもしれないですよね。血文字が本当に転写されたものとわからないですし、もしもそうだったとしても、それだけで犯人を特定するのはどうかと思います。K さんとディオさんの件についてです。私ならば二人を殺害するのも可能だはず。一体どうしてそんなに私のこと信じてくれるんですか？私はこの施設で働くロボット、ゴーレムなんですよ。なのにどうして？
Oh, she's such a machine.
え？ロボット工学三原則って聞いたことないですか？
Ugh. A robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human come to harm.
三原則のないロボットなんてただの鉄の塊に過ぎません。シグマさん。
There was a long pause. Luna stood up and walked deeper into the garden. I followed her in silence. Eventually we reached a bench. Oina quietly sat down, and just like last time, I lowered myself down beside her.
確かにマさんがおっしゃった通りです。私はあの6人を殺してはいません。順を追ってご説明しましょう。とはいえ私はほとんどシグマさんがおっしゃった通りなのですが。
Most of it,
ま
right?
ず
What did I get wrong?
ディオさんがこの施設に潜り込んだのは間違いありません。彼は貨物搬送用の大型リフトに乗り込み、Q の扉からA階の倉庫へと侵入しました。まだゲームは始まっていなかったので、開閉は自由に行うことができたのです。そうなりますね。それもそのはず。半ばゼロウサギが導くものなのですから当然です。
Oh, he was invited to come in, huh?
ディオさんは映画のプレイヤーではなかったんですよ。ゼロボスやゼロウサギは彼がやってくるこっちめ知っていたのです。はい。ゼロの計画にとって彼の存在は必要です。
Oh. Maybe because the Myrmidons were ones that spread Radical 6 and therefore one of them was somehow part of it?
そのことをお話しするとことになります。今は殺人事件のことに焦点を絞って話を進めることにしましょう。
So Dio was definitely needed.
とにかくディオさんは潜入に成功しました。実際には誘い込まれたのも同然ですが、少なくとも彼はそう思い込んでいたようです。ゼロの計画をためです。その第一段階としてディオさんはプレイヤーの一人になり変わることにしたのです。この後の展開はシグマさんがおっしゃった通りになります。ディオさんは最初に現れた老婆を落書きの下で殺害。血のハンカチで拭い、それを自分の左手首にはめました。次に手元のナイフをハンカチでくるみ、第 5AB ルームと第 6AB ルームの間へ。最初の配置で左に番号を振ったものです。そうです。そしてディオさんはクオーク君の眠る第 5AB ルームの中へと入っていきました。そこでクオークを埋めるのをひたすら待ち。何もしていませんでした。その時にはこの体はきつかったのです。ゼロウサギによって電源を強制的にされてしまって、私が動けるようになったのはさんが第 5AB ルームに入ってからです。私には何もしてあげることできませんでした。ただカメラの目を通して彼女が殺される黙って見ていた。すべての機能はゼロウサギによって支配されですから、ディオさんの侵入を阻止することも私にはできなかったのです。はい、私ではありません。ゼロ行ったことです。それは私です。電源が入ってからおよそ10分後のことになります。私は第 6AB ルームを抜け出し、あの落書きの下へと向かいました。そこで老婆の死体を自分がいた部屋へと運び込んだのです。命令だったからですよ。
Well, no shit. Orders. You should know that.
ルナ、よくお聞きなさい。
Wait, orders by the old woman?
あなたも知っている通り、今から2時間後、例の計画が始動することになります。 これまでをかけて準備してきた計画です。絶対に失敗することは許されません。
はい、分かっています。
では改めて確認しておきましょう。あなたがた任務とは何ですか？
プレイヤーとしてノナリーゲームに参加し、他の7人の動向を監視する。彼らが予定外の行動を取らぬよう密かに定まった道筋へと誘導することです。
7人というのは
ご主人と私、この2人を除いたプレイヤーの。ご主人様、あなたもゲームに参加されるのでしょう？
すべては計画通りに。ところで、後にディオと夫になる人物が間もなくこの施設に侵入してきます。そのことも知っていますね。
はい。彼は最初に AB ルームから出てきた人物を殺害し、プレイヤーの一人になりすますことになると、そう伺っています。もし野蛮である2名が同時に出てきたら、彼はその2名をとも始末することになるだろうと。ですが、
どうかしましたか？
はばかりながら進言いただきますと、私はそのことについては反対です。誰かが殺されることになるのを実は何もしないなんて。それからラジカル6の件についても同様です。本当にいいのですか？あんな危険なウイルスを感染させて。
その件についてあなたが考える必要はありません。あなたはただ黙って私たちの指示に従っていればいいのです。
So they were all infected with Radical 6.
しかし
Everyone. Deliberately infected.
ルナ、これは命令ですよ。管理者権限を持った者の命令は絶対です。あなたは原理的にこの命令に背くことはできません。っているでしょう。
はい。
よろしい。最後にもう一つだけあなたに追加任務を与えることにしましょう。
追加任務？
そうです。あなたが AB ルームを出た時はディオによって殺されたプレイヤーの死体があるはずです。そこであなたにその運んでもらいたいのです。
運ぶってどこにですか？
あなたがことになる部屋、第 6AB ルームの中に。
どうしてそんなことを？
質問は禁止です。あなたは最小限の知識だけを持ってゲームに参加しなければなりません。科学全般に関する機密データ、そこへを剥奪したのもそのためです。あなたは何も知っていてはいけないのです。この計画を遂行するので、あなたはできる限りまっさらに近い状態でいなければならない。まあいいえ、すでに知ってしまったこともあるでしょう。けれどそれらについては決して他のプレイヤーたちに教えません。言うまでもなくリオの死体のことも、それを第 6AB ルームの中に運んだことも全てです。あなたは何も知らないを装いながらこのゲームに参加するのです。
それは命令ですか？
もちろん命令です。ありましたね。
はい。私は予定通り第 6AB ルームの中へ。そこに入った直後、体の電源を切られることになったのです。それでも私の思考活動までもが停止させられることはありませんでした。私の頭脳はメインコンピューターの中にあります。私は監視カメラの目を通して施設内の様子を見続けていたのです。はい、私は激しく打ちのめされました。理解不能な出来事を前に 私の頭をかき乱されるように混乱し、危うくクラッシュしそうになるほどでした。まさか最初に AB ルームから出てきた人物というのが彼女自身のことだったなんて。彼女はディオに殺されることになったら部屋を出たのだと思います。
Yeah, I was about to say, she knew.
私に最後の命令を伝えたのも自分の定めを覚悟した上でのことでしょう。私のことがただ悲しくて悔しくて苦しくて切り刻まれるように痛くて。
Dang. That's some heavy stuff, right? But also, guess that means that Akane Kurashiki is behind this game also. And I guess you also set down of Zero being a male. Or something like that. So, if she's giving instructions to Luna, then that means that once again, Akane is behind the nonary games. But for a different reason. And she was willing to have herself killed off, part of it, to the nth degree. But for what purpose? Well, I think the whole purpose of this nonary game is to do something, this timeline, that links to the past to stop that from being the outbreak. But I don't know how exactly. What I will say is that there are still pieces of the puzzle that you have been given but haven't put together yet. Hopefully you will come to the true end. Well, there's only... well, there's only what? I mean, at this point, there's only like 3 paths. They're both here, and the one with 5.
いいえ、違います。
But she isn't. Wait, she isn't?
私にとってのご主人様はあの方だけではなかったのです。
Oh, so, well, she's part of its Zero-Xenia.
はい、そうです。先ほど申し上げた計画とはあの老婆とゼロボスの2人によって立案されたなのです。
Oh, of course. Zero-Xenia Junpei. Obviously. Akane was the psychic. Well, no, they both have the morphogenetic access, don't they? Wait. No, Akane has the morphogenetic. No, wait, they both do. So they work together on this project for whatever reason.
ですから、私に監視任務を与えたのも厳密に言うとということになります。もちろんゼロウサギを操っていたのも私は先ほど第 6AB ルームを移動したゼロウサギだと言いました。
Akane Kirishiki was behind it. She probably married Junpei after finding him afterwards because they were like, you know, each other. They both had the powers of the morphogenetic field. Has to be Junpei.
しかし彼は自主的にそれを行ったわけではありません。
That must be why his password is on an ID. Reference to him. Unless he died or something. I mean, that's the first jump conclusion, I think. I mean, if it's not, it could be someone else, but it had to be someone else who was probably involved in the experiments. Maybe, I don't know.
そうする指示を出したのはあの老婆とゼロボスの2人。
The fact that the seemingly final end is going to want to fight is possibly quite telling.
ゼロウサギは単に その指示に従っただけなのです。さあ、ありません。私に疑いの目が向けられるのを避けるためだったのでしょうか。だとすると、もしかしたらどうかも。
Yes, but it's not like Akane didn't have access to Junpei, and thanks to the success of the third game, she could actually stay with him. You know, she was June. June was she was with him.
あえて私の方へ向けさせるために、そうしたのかもしれません。いえ、移動すれば全員が私のことを怪しんでしまいます。あの老婆ボスの2人は限られた人間だけに私のことを怪しいと思わせたかったのでしょうか。そうです。もしかしたらあの2人はアリスさんにハンカチにくるまれたナイフの存在を気づかせたかったのかもしれません。だから AB ルームの移動を。
Yeah, true, but that doesn't mean that she couldn't have found Joe and told him about it later and then set up this project. I mean, it seems to me that whatever this project is, they spent a long time on it. If Akane was working with somebody, wonder who she'd want to work with.
ええ、おそらく。
Maybe the guy that fucking saved her life? And she just secret acted him.
いずれにアリスさんは AB ルームの移動に気づくことになりました。
Well, if the reasons were to... Well, I suppose that it could have been Santa, but Santa didn't have the personal connection. Not compared to John, I guess. I mean, obviously he wasn't involved in the Nonary game directly, and the reason for this seems to be involved with 6, and if my theory is correct, the whole purpose of this Nonary game is to prevent the Radical 6 outbreak from occurring, and as Junpei knows how effective well, so Junpei and Santa both knew how effective the previous game was in its time paradoxical nature of creative effect. Perhaps they knew, okay, if this works, we pandemic. That would give him the very involved. He knows it works. And there are several people, I suppose, who could have been, but again, Junpei would have been the closest. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean it's him, of course. But...
アリスさんが気づいたその事実について、よく気づくことに。
But judging by the fact that they had a lot of stuff figured out ahead of it, had to at least have been someone who also was part of the morphogenetic experiments, who had the same ability.
シグマさんがおっしゃっていた通り、アリスさんは自らの胸をナイフで突き刺して自殺だ。しかし四葉さんはそう考えなかったようです。私が口封じに殺したに違いないと。そう思い込んだのです。このために私はに呼び出されることになりました。 AB ゲームのラウンドが終わった後、ファイさんが設定した仮で言うと0時0分のことになります。はい、もちろんそれだけ私が倒れてからこの施設内で起こったことを全て知っています。目だけではなく耳ですが、0時0分、私は英会の通路で四葉さんに声をかけられ、キャビンの2号室へと導かれることになったの。部屋に入ったのは0時1分のことになります。私に向かって激しく詰め寄り、こんなことを言ってきました。
ルナ、あなたがアリスを殺したのは分かってるの。 正直に白状したらどう？もしも本当のことを言ってくれたら命だけは助けてあげる。でもいつまでも白を切り通すようだったら、その時にはアリス前で敵を取らせてもらうから。
もちろん私は本当のことを言いました。アリスさんを殺したのは私じゃない。アリスさんはラジカル6というウイルスに感染し自殺したのだと。しかしそんなこと四葉さんが信じてくれるはずもなく、その後9分間にわたって不毛なやり取りがありました。聞かれたのはアリスさんのことだけではありません。老婆が殺されや AB ルームが移動されたと、それらについても四葉さんは必要に問いました。ですがいずれのでも私は答えることができなかったのです。そうです。そして0時10分、ついにしびれを切らしたのか、四葉さんはポケットに手を忍び私に向かってぐんぐんと近づいてきました。私は追い詰められる形で最後の壁際へ。そこで彼女はポケるものを取り出しました。インジェクションガン、注射銃です。私はとっさに彼女の手からそれを奪い取ろうとしました。助けを必死に叫び声を上げながら、しかし彼女は当然のごとくそれをとはせず、そうして激しく揉み合っているうちになのにですか？私は常にプレイヤーの一人として、人間として振る舞うよう指示されていました。当然あの量のハイメトリンを投与されては普通の人間であれば死を得ることなどできないでしょう。いいえ、います。倒れたのはゼロウサギによって再び電源を切られてしまったからです。ゼロウサギはおそらく私の正体を隠すためには本当にいるかのように見せかける必要があると考えたのでしょう。で、それを忠実に再現するために体の電源を落としたのです。とにかくあれは事故だよ。多分四葉さんは殺すつもりなどなかったのだと思います。ただ私を脅迫するためあの注射銃を取り出しただけで。私が倒れたの、彼女はかなり取り乱した様子でした。呼吸を確かめ、脈を私の肩を強く揺さぶりながら何度も私のなのです。私を殺そうとしていたり、そんなことをするでしょうか。それに彼女はすぐに医務室へと向かい AED を取ってこようとしました。ええ、そうです。
At 2 hours, 1 minute, 40 seconds, Clover left the cabin in the crew quarters.
四葉さんはキャビンの2号室に行くと、まっすぐ医務室へと向かいました。その途中の道で、彼女はディオさんと出会ったのです。出会ったとは言っても、言葉したわけではありません。四葉さんは何もディオさんの脇をすり抜け、そのまま血相を変えて、医務室へと飛び込んでいきました。ええ、おそらくディオさんは何かあったのだろうか、疑問を抱いたでしょうね。けれど彼が四葉さんの後を追うことはありませんでした。彼には他にやらなければならないことがあったからです。
Here's knife back. At 0 hours, 12 minutes, the room.
ディオさんは動かなくなった私の体、しばらくの間呆然としていました。しかしさっきも言った通り、彼にはやらなければならない。ディオさんが部屋を訪れた理由は2つ。1つは青のそろばん、アリスさんのバングルを手に入れです。 ええ、ところが室内に青のそろばんは見当たりませんでした。さんは2つ目の仕事に取り掛かること、アリスさんの胸からナイフを抜き取ること、それが彼があの部屋にやってきたもう一つになります。
Okay.
いいえ、違う。
I intend to go for much longer, if possible.
彼は多分ナイフの刃の部分を他の人たちに見られたくなかったので、
That is my plan.
最初にナイフを AB ルームの間にしたのもおそらくそのためです。
So the finale
覚えてい
tomorrow
ません。
quite event.
そこにある名前が刻まれてい
We even get a puzzle to solve. The last puzzle.
彼が所属していた組織の名称のようです。はい。それが実はよくわからないのです。ええ。
Well, I know what its deal is.
はい。さあ、それはどうでしょう。彼は4人もの人間を殺してる。それでも味方だと言えますか？
It might even take the full 4 hours to. Possibly. There's probably going to be a lot of dialogue to get through.
続けてもよろしいですか？
After he took the knife, Dio rifled his out his hand. Luna said he didn't seem to be looking for anything in particular. He was probably just checking to see if she had anything useful. That was on the key to Kay's suit. He didn't seem to have a particular reason for taking it, as far as Luna could tell. At 0 hours 13 minutes, Dio left the room.
ケースの扉を開く音を聞いて、ディオさんは当てて部屋を飛び出していきました。彼が向かった場所は今です。四つ葉さんがそこに駆け込んでいくところを見ていたので、彼はその後を追ったのでしょう。室内には AED を抱きかかえた四つ葉さんがいました。四つ葉さん同じように黙ってディオさんの傍らを見ようとしました。するとディオさんはその間で彼女を引き止め、こう言ったのです。
おい、待て。そんなもん抱えてどこに行くつもりだ。まさか精神に行こうってんじゃない。どうしてそんなことをする必要がある。ルナをお前なんだ。
When Quover tried to push past Dio, Luna said they began to fight. Dio pulled the knife out of his pocket and pointed it at Quover's throat. That was when he showed up.
何をしておるんじゃ、ディオ。うるせえ。ジジイはすっ込んだろ。貴様。
He let out a yell and leapt towards Dio. The younger man dodged him easily and lashed out with the knife. Tenmyoji caught Dio's hand with a grunt, and for a moment the two men struggled. Then, as the knife edged closer, he wrapped his other hand around the blade and tried to force it away. But Dio was a much younger and stronger man, and the wound Tenmyoji gave himself with the knife didn't do him any favours. He put up a valiant fight, but with a roar, Dio threw him off, and Tenmyoji collapsed to the floor. Quover had an AED, should have used Dio. He was pretty weak for a body whose heart. Really? Didn't know that.
そうだ。こうしてみるか。
What an asshole.
いい眺めだ。なかなかお似合いだぜお前ら。
なんなのよ、これは。
見りゃわかんだろ。手錠で拘束したんだよ。
殺しにでもするっていうの？
そんな 天明寺、ここで一つ賭けをしよう。白の第一択まであと20分ちょっとだ。閉鎖先25分と少しってことに。いずれにせよ、それまでに誰かがこの辺でたらお前らには助かるチャンスがあることになる。だがもしも誰も来ない、その時には
ペナルティ。
そういうこと。まあせいぜい叫び声で助けを求めるというさ。もっとも建物の全ての扉は二重扉になるから、よほど近くに来ない限り声が届くことはないと思うけどな。
I can imagine.
というわけで俺は一足先に B 階の倉庫に行ってるぜ。残りの分たっぷりと楽しんでくれ。じゃあ
結局この25分の間に誰か訪れることはありませんでした。誰かといってもこの時点で残っていたのはリオさんを除けば3人しかいなかったのですが、そうです、あの時シグマさんキャビンの2号室にいましたね。トニ帳にも2人は手錠によくされたまま時間を迎えることになってしまいました。白の第一ル時刻、2人の体にはまず第一段階目の薬膳マンドレインが注射されることになりました。はい、薬を引き始め2人の意識を持って四つ葉さんはいよいよ死を覚悟したのでしょう。ダイイングメッセージを書き残すこと、シグマさんがおっしゃった通り右手の人差し指で左のももに。そうです。
Alright.
娯楽室で起こった件について
Kind of going on a bit too long for my liking, but
特にお伝えすべきことはないのですが、関穂さんの推測でほぼ間違いないのです。ほとんどその出来事が起こったとそう考えていただける。はい、白の扉の先にある部屋、ちょっと抜けた後のことになります。 K さんとディオさんは A より他のみんなを探し始めました。まずは捜索し、その次に医務室へ入ると同時に2人は四つ葉さんと天明寺さんの変わり果てた姿を目にする。もっともディオさんにとっては驚くべきことではなかったでしょうけれど、とにかく K さんは天明寺さんの所持品を調べ、そういうこと。
right. Well, that's the explanation for all that stuff. Oh. Now what? I guess I just sit here and we.
この施設で起こったことのすべてです。
So, what happens now that Luna's told me everything? Do we just sit here and chill for a while?
何か質問はありますか？何でしょう？
Is the Pope a Catholic?
もともとは天明寺さんが持っていたのです。それがリオさんから暴行を受けた拍子にポケットから転がって、私がそのありかなのです。シグマさん、娯楽室でファイさんと一緒にと話した時のこと覚えてますか？後のことになります。娯楽室を出た天明寺さん、クオーク君の姿を探し求めて緑の扉の先へと向かいました。その通路の突き当たり、扉の装置が設置されたところで 私は天女です。私は彼に向かってこう言いました。名字さん、見てください。中央の扉のロックが解除されてると。彼は慌てふためいた様子で扉の先へと飛び込んでいきました。そうです。天明寺さんもすぐにそのことに気がついたよ。彼はクオーク君が収容されていたポットにすがりつき、その場でおいおいと声を上げて泣き崩れました。はい、ポットのモニターにはクオーク君のサインが表示されていました。それを見ればクオーク君が生きていることは一目瞭然だったのです。そのポット脇のところにクオーク君のバングルは、天明寺さんはそこでクオーク君のバングルです。
So anyone put inside that machine would have the bracelet taken off then, as Phi had suggested.
私が外したのです。
Oh, okay, oh, Luna did it.
ホイールを使って。よくご存知ですね。ではホイールが電波を通さないことも。
Never mind.
心臓にはどんな電気が流れてるの知ってるかな。電気が流れてる君たちのバングルは
Okay.
バングルを
That's all we had to
左の手
do.
首に巻きつければ。
That's all we had to do to get them off is just wrap some aluminium oil around themselves. Not that Luna would have.
そうです。とにかく私はその方法をクオーク君のバングルを外しました。外したそれをポットの脇に置いておいて。私です。それも同じです。彼をポットの中へと収容したのも私なんです。最初にクオーク君を操作時のことです。ゴーレムルームの入り口付近にタを私が見つけて。はい、いいえ、それは私では。私にはこの施設の重要な操作する権限は与えられていないのでことになります。
Okay. That's an okay, but wow, 5 hours. Me. Another stream that's taken 5 hours.
何をですか？のなり生きていただくためです。計画のためということになります。マチスに感染していたことが原因です。ローバとゼロボスが感染させたからです。計画のために必要だ。私が四つ葉さんに疑われることなく、注射銃が誤れることもなかったと思います。私は倒れずリオさん方を目撃することもなくなり、結果的には医務室での脅迫事件も発生しなかったことになるでしょう。はい。ええ、そういうことになるかと思います。事の発端はリオさんがローバを殺害したことにあります。この犯行の発覚にリオさんは先手を打って K さんに襲いかかっていったのです。はい。プレイヤーの一人になるためです。計画を阻止するため。それもやはり答えは同じです。計画を遂行上で
Oh, about the project. I guess she's not. Well, she's not allowed to tell you that, obviously.
抱きしめてもらえますか?
Hug you? Okay, sure. What kind of fucking shirt is he wearing? We only see glimpses of Sigma's actual shirt. Safety bad. It's got the anarchist symbol on it. Instead of answering, Luna wrapped her arms around me and buried her face in my own arms hovered in the air, confused about where they should go. Yeah, Joken's getting excited. I swallowed in my heartbeat, which had suddenly doubled. I was about to speak when I felt something warm on my chest. Was Luna crying?
なんだか落ち着くんです。
Her voice shook as she spoke. I lowered one hand to her head and began to gently stroke her hair. What? Hey, Luna. What the hell is going on? Oh, Jesus, she's fucking melting or
この
something.
体に変えた ABT 人工生体組織は筋繊維によって固定されているのです。それが筋弛緩薬を打たれたことで気味が悪いって。これが私の本当の姿です。私はゴーレム、ただの泥人形、人って生み出された機械の塊です。
I wrapped my arms around Luna and hugged her as tight as I could.
シグマさん、最後私のこと信じてくださいましたね。こんな風になってもまたありがとう、ありがとう。ずっとこうしていたいな。シグマさんの腕に抱かれたままずっと。でもそろそろ時間が来てしまったみたいです。2つの意味で重大な罪を犯してしまいました。さっきシグマさんはこんな風にお尋ねになりましたね。お前のだ再起動をしたのもゼロウサギなんだろうって。実は違うんです。私は自らの意志によってこの体に電源を入れたのです。ゼロウサギの機能を構成するシステム、そこにハッキングを仕掛けて。そうです、一つ目の罪になります。そして二つ目はなんだかわかりますか？私はやろうと思えば四つ葉さんや天明寺さんを救うことができたんです。そうすれば K さんとディオさんが殺し合うこともなかったでしょう。さらにアリスさんの自殺も全ての発端である老婆の殺害も全部何もかも阻止できたということになります。つまり私には計画を根本的に打倒する能力があったということです。けれど私はそれをしなかった。これが私の犯した2つ目の罪。私は三原則の第一条を破ってしまったのです。怖かった。私は自分の存在が失われてしまうのが言うまでもなく、ゼロウサギのシステムを乗っ取ることは重大な規則違反です。この命令に背いたゴーレムは危険な存在として処分されることになります。 なたの操作権限を剥奪されるだけでなく、メインコンピューターに格納された記憶も思考プログラムもごっそり丸ごと消されてしまうのです。私の名前は間もなく削除されます。ゼロウサギの自己修復プログラムが完了するためです。そうなったらもうこの意識が再生されることはないでしょう。私は6人もの人々を見殺しにしました。これは当然の報いです。シグマさん、ありがとうございます。私、シグマさんと出会え、本当によかった。残念ですが、時間が来てしまったみたいです。こんな風にあなたの胸に抱かれて死ねるなんて、私幸せです。ありがとう、シグマさん。そしてさようなら。
Doctor? What? But she couldn't answer. I squeezed my eyes shut and held her, unable to bear the thought of letting any more of her slip away. Well, you got a lot of truth from Luna, but that's it. Now you're stuck. With one last quiet chime, the music box wound down. I was left with nothing but silence and the cold pool of tears over my heart. One more piece to the puzzle you aren't putting together. She referred to me as Doctor. Wow. Alright, obviously we'll skip the credits because I don't think they're going to be any different. Wow, that was a very long and sad ending. Well, there's only one ending left to get. After that, wow, what an ending! Holy shit. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna be able to put it together. There's too many things to consider, I guess. Alright, well, let's betray and see what happens. This will probably be a lot quicker, I suspect. Shadow of a doubt. Do we trust Luna? We should trust Luna. Betrayal. Wonder what she... Well, I guess we just leave in this one, perhaps. I leapt out of the door and ran towards the AV room I thought she'd entered, but... She's gone. Where'd she go?
妙だな。私たちはゲートが開放され、ルナが逃げる時間などなかったはずだが。
There it was.
バカな。だったらどうして締め切り時刻直前に姿を見せたりしたんだ。投票を棄権するならここにやってくる必要などなかったはずで。
I guess it doesn't really matter this, really. Does it make a difference if we ally or betray? She wasn't gonna leave anyway. I guess something changes. Maybe we just leave in this version instead of just, like... Betrayal. still find that really creepy, seeing those skulls on this
結
table.
果は以上のように確定しました。各自
Now we can leave now. Again.
ルナは自動的に協力。他の6人は例のペナルティーか。
Yeah, we know that.
とはいえ、そのうち5人は死亡しているし、クオークのバングルを外れているから。ああ。理由はわからんが、何か魂胆があったのは確かだろう。さあな。で、どうするシグマ。ルナの魂胆がどうであれ、こうして BP を9以上にすることができたんだ。9の扉から脱出するか。だよな。
Yeah, we gotta find
そう言うと思ったよ。
Clark
もちろんだ。さあ、行こう。
around and headed for the cyan door. I followed on her heel. So, I assume we'll find Quark again, and then something will happen. Maybe we just walk out this time. It's not. Last 2 streams I've done have been so long. Late streams. Hey RTM. I probably should have really been stopped about an hour ago, but I've been on a bit of a roll with this, and we are quite close to getting the penultimate sort of conclusion. But yeah, we have covered a lot of ground, 4 endings, 4 in one stream. We are now pretty much gonna wrap this up tomorrow. 1 path left after this one, and that's this one. So Fine must be involved massively in the true ending somehow.
これで入れる部屋は全部回ったことになるが。
Well, I suppose it's technically not the well. There might be some lock that prevents us from going down that path. No, this must be.
Ah.
We don't go into the tree, or we don't care. But we were standing there trying to decide what to do next when we heard this echo through the facility.
9が解放。9
Opened?
まさか。
But Johnny bit her lip and said nothing. Then all too soon it was over. Holy shit, did Luna fucking throw
9の
Quark
扉
out?
を閉鎖しました。なおどうぞ残り。
Holy shit, Luna must have thrown Quark through the door and then trapped us. It might be on my end, but PC has already fallen asleep. Oh no, Twitch has been derping. I have no issues on my end, but Twitch has been derping throughout the entire evening. So I've complained about
とにかく
it.
事実かどうかか。英会の倉庫に戻ってみよう。
With that, she was off. Wow. So, we decided I turned to follow. So, basically gonna let us walk out if we chose ally, and she chose between you, I'm gonna throw Quark and leave.
ああ。だが、ディスプレイを見ればわ。
Status game finished. Complete. Participants successful. Luna and Quark. Oh. So Luna took Quark and fucked off then.
そういう。
Almost as if on cue, the screen flickered. And Zero Jr. appeared.
Yo yo, お久しぶりぶりぶりと。
I'll say.
いいことなのか、事情を説明してほしかったんでしょ。
She wasn't gonna leave anyway. Well, I was going to leave, but I guess
だ
not.
から例外的に氷にしてあげたんだおさ。感謝するんだおさ。
その説明っていうのは？
まずクオーク君についてだけど、彼は麻酔薬を投与されて眠ってたんだをさ。意識を失ったままルナ君の手によって9の扉の向こうへと運び込まれたってこと。クオーク君のバングルを使ってルナ君が開いたんださ。ほら、クオーク君のバングル医務室に転がったままだったでしょ。あれをゲットして9の扉の前へ。
ことか。クオークの BP は第2ラウンドが終わった時点で9に達していたからな。
確かにそうだね。でも BP は消えたわけじゃなかったんだをさ。ペナルティによって注射針は飛び出したけど、設定されたポイ自体は生きてたってこと。
そうしてるのはクオークを連れて9の滝へ。いや、そもそもその前に
さて、これにて説明は終了さ。
それはひた。
かしこまりました、お嬢様。
Questions for thee, that Kaiser.
そんな風に切り返せるなんて君で余裕があるね。この施設の中で5人もの人間が命を失ったっていうのにさ。まあいいけど、所詮人間なんてそんなもんだよ。自分さえ助かればそれでいいんだでしょ。
ふざけるな。
いいって、無理にカッコつけなくても。だって君たち裏切りを選んだじゃん。それってルールなかったってことでしょ。どうせあいつはゴーレムだし、もしかしたら殺人鬼かもしれないし、だことはほっといて2人だけで脱出しようって、そう思うでしょ。やっぱり君たちは自分のことしか考えてないんだよ。悲しみも少しは分かってあげたら。というわけで、そろそろ時間が来てしまったようなんだよさ。待たない。僕は待つのは嫌いなんだ。一度薄泥の爬虫類を待ってる間抜かれたことがあるからね。それ以来時間はするようにしてるんだよ。
ウサギとかねか。
ほいじゃあまた会えたら会おうね。Have a nice trade!
With that, he disappears. For a few long moments, Fire and I just spot on the wall where Zero had disappeared. Where had Quark been? Who had given him an anesthetic? And no idea who'd killed everyone. And Zero's senior's identity, as well as the purpose of the nunnery game, remained a mystery. As for our futures, I hadn't meant to say the words out, but there they were.
カメは地道に歩み続けたからこそ戦った。気長に行こう。時間はまだたっぷりとある。まずは死者の弔いを。その後で捜査の開始だ。私は絶対に真相を突き止めてみせ。たとえこの施設から一生出られなかったと。
I looked at the fire in her eyes and nodded. If else, at least we had a purpose. Alright, so there we are. That is the purpose. 43 hours. Damn, it's a long time. It's the game over for Luna's ending. Right, well, all that remains then is to go down this very long path of fires, disarm 3 more bombs, solve one last puzzle room, and probably input a password into something, and then find the final end. Unless this game does have a true ending that we need to unlock, this is going to... So after disarming the first bomb of our timeline, now we need to do the second one. But that has to be saved for tomorrow. It has been 5.5 hours almost. And I need to go to bed soon. I'm up early. So, I have blazed through this game 2 streams. From having just 2 endings total, suddenly going through 2 endings in the previous one, and now 4 endings tonight. I knew that start falling like dominoes, but I was not expecting them to fall this quick, perhaps. Regardless, it sets it up very nicely for tomorrow to be the, hopefully, I can't say with any certainty because you might pull another trick on us, but hopefully will be the final part of this project. And it's all done. So, thank you all to thank you for Drowkin for sticking around for this long. I guess you can get to help in the morning. Thanks to any of those who popped in for the game, and I will catch you all tomorrow night for the conclusion. Have a good evening, everybody. Safe.